shares are higher, just about 6% in the pre-market after beating earnings expectations the most recent quarter on the back of the huge demand for its server business. Demand for Dell's AI servers and traditional hardware, that was up 80% year over year. Total just over $7.7 billion. The company also raising its guidance. You see the upside moves. Shares year to date up over 50%. We're also looking at shares of Lululemon. They're also higher despite missing analyst sales estimates for the first time in more than 2 years. The company also cutting its full-year guidance. Lulu's been working to fix some product issues after recently pausing sales of its new breeze-through leggings following customer complaints about their look and about their fit. Earnings still beat estimates. Gross margins also coming in better than expected. Lulu moving higher right now, up over 4%, but you can see year-to-date down more than 45%. We're also looking at Ulta Beauty. Those shares, they're actually falling this morning. You can see they're down more than 8%. Big drop-off after earnings. You can see the moves right here. Fell short of expectations for the first time in 4 years. Also trimmed their full-year outlook. Ulta says comparable store sales, they dropped more than 1% in the second quarter compared to an 8% rise just a year ago. The company's CEO also says the quarter did not meet expectations and that its market share continues to be, quote, challenged. Again, looking at shares of Lulu right now, week to date, down 11%. Brian, back over to you.
Frank, thank you very much.
All right, coming up, demand for EVs worldwide slowing. Hyundai doubling its hybrid range as demand for electric cars slows. Polestar posting a $242 million loss. And in Europe, car makers are slowing the transition to pure EVs. We'll talk about the sector next. And later in the show, Dan Niles talks about this week's tech news and more. Squawk Box will be right back.
Oh yeah. Boom. Squawk Box will be right back. Hang on here. Resistance to break will be 562.06. 56206.
Collection.com.
All right, welcome back and good morning. Another blow to America's electric car dreams. J.D. Power now slashing its forecast for electric cars by about 25%, taking down their estimates to just 9% of the market from 12% of the market. One reason more people are choosing hybrids or even sticking with or going back to gas. Mark Fields,
Well, yeah.
President, CEO, and CBC contributor. Mark, you know, this is a topic you and I have talked a lot about, and I get dunked on because, by the way, I bought an EV and I'm buying another one next week. I want to throw that out there because I can do that and have good cars. I drove back from Wisconsin on Tuesday, 14 hours, and I kept my eyes open. Counted 12 EVs the entire trip, 10 Teslas, 2 were charging, a Hummer EV, and 1 Mustang Mach-E. Probably missed a few, but it's when you get out of the East Coast or California bubble, it is jarring, because in California, Teslas are everywhere. In New Jersey, Teslas everywhere. A lot of Rivians now, too. When you go to the Midwest, they don't exist.
Yeah, well, listen, Brian, you know, we've talked about this before a lot. Early adoption happened early, obviously, for EVs, and that got a lot of attention, a lot of enthusiasm, not only from the automakers, but obviously from the government in terms of imposing their fuel economy restrictions, which really, they say they don't pick technologies, but they knew very clearly that to meet those requirements, you needed EVs. And early adoption is, I won't say it's easy, but it's a lot easier than mass adoption now. And you're starting to see that. You're starting to see consumers say, listen, you know, you need to solve a number of things to happen for these EV sales to take off. And first, there has to be more lower price models in the marketplace for consumers to afford. Secondly, as we talked about, the charging infrastructure has to be built out. It's in the process of that. But it not only has to be built out, Brian, it has to be in locations that consumers can see, just like gas stations. These things can't be, you know, a couple of chargers behind the target.
No.
The consumers have to see.
You nailed it. I drove on purpose, and people are going to think I'm weird, and I am, but that's for other reasons. Is that, Mark, I drove through every, you know, the rest areas, the plazas, service plazas. I drove through, I had to stop at a few of them to get gas and do other things in Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Okay, in Indiana, I saw 1 Tesla charging. I took a picture and posted it. In Ohio, at Blue Heron, 1 Tesla charging. That was it. Everything else empty. And as far as I could tell, the majority of the Pennsylvania service plazas, the ones that if you're on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, you're not stuck to, but it's pretty doggone close, Mark, didn't have any charging at all. All we hear about is the billions going to the charging network. Where are they?
Yeah, and again, they have to be in very clear areas that consumers can see, because, you know, at the end of the day, this is also a bit of a PR game as well, which is you have to drive awareness, not only of EVs, you have to drive awareness of where you're going to be able to charge them. But then the third thing I was about to mention, Brian, which nobody really talks about right now, if you look at the forecasters, I mean, even J.D. Power with their new forecast for this year, they still think by the time we get to 2030, you know, about a third, 1 out of every 3 cars will be an EV. But what people aren't talking about is the inconvenience factor of the charging time. And until that gets solved, and it will, in my view, with solid state battery technology that's coming down the pike, but that's not going to be till probably, you know, middle of next decade when they're available in volumes.
You nailed it. Mark, and sorry to jump in, you nailed it. Solid state batteries, we're going to be able to charge a car in 5 to 10 minutes. That's a gas station time. By the way, on my drive back from Wisconsin, my longest stop, I just re-looked it up because I track everything because I'm a weirdo, Leslie, was 16 minutes. That's my longest stop, all in, filling up, doing other things, getting something to eat. Solid state batteries, Mark, can do that. So does the U.S., by the way, give a shout out to your former company, Ford. If I was in a Ford F-150 hybrid, I could have done the 950-mile drive from Wisconsin to New Jersey and stopped 1 time for fuel. You can do 800 miles on a tank of gas in a hybrid pickup truck, assuming you're not driving like a ding-dong, right? What does Detroit have to do? Wait it out to solid state? I'll call that the Toyota strategy?
Well, I think they have to do, and you mentioned Ford, for example. I think their strategy is spot on, and they've pivoted their strategy. Their strategy is, listen, we're going to offer a lot more hybrids, a lot more plug-in hybrids. We're going to make it easy for the consumer to not only be able to experience an EV, at least a portion of the vehicle, but take away that range anxiety. So, I think what the automakers need to do is, expand their hybrid offerings, but at the same time, they have to have a full court press on how do they deliver a low-priced EV in which they're going to be able to make money. And listen, in the meantime, Brian, you've seen some of the figures for the automakers. You saw Ford the other day. They're going to take about a $400 million charge and maybe another $1.5 billion for impairments and asset write-downs on their EVs. That's the tip of the iceberg. Wait till you see not only the other automakers come out with that, but the next shoe to drop is going to be the supply base. So, it's really around developing products that people really want and value, offer a good hybrid lineup, and then work like heck to bring in those low-cost EVs, initially maybe with the current battery technology, but then they really have to work on solid-state battery technology to take away that inconvenience factor from the consumer, which nobody is talking about in terms of charging time.
Well, I plan to drive soon from CNBC to Detroit in an EV like I did 3 years ago, and I'm going to track it. I'm going to do all this stuff, and we'll air it, and it'll be hopefully not terrible. Mark Fields, thank you very much. Do appreciate it.
When we return, reaction to last night's Harris Walls interview on CNN, and we are counting down to the Fed's preferred inflation indicator. We'll bring you the numbers and the market reaction. We'll be right back.
Time now for today's Aflac Trivia question. What company holds the record for the longest continuously listed stock on the New York Stock Exchange? The answer when Squawk Box returns. Jim. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. What company holds the record for the longest continuously listed stock on the New York Stock Exchange? The answer? Procter & Gamble, which has been listed since 1891.
Seems like we should have got that one. But all right.
No, but we were debating it in the break. We had a lot of good Bank of New York Mellon.
It was the first stock listed on the NYSE, but I
DuPont.
guess not continuously listed.
Yeah, because and then DuPont was probably longer, but they've broken up and they've changed their names.
All right. Good question, though. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, sat down for an interview with CNN yesterday. In the interview, Vice President Harris suggested she would be open to having a Republican in her cabinet.
I think it's really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
Joining us now, Tobin Marcus, Wolf Research Head of Policy and Politics. And good morning, Tobin. I guess, the first thing that the interview accomplished was to exist because it removes the talking point that she refused to sit for an interview. But aside from that, in terms of your observations, how might it change this race, if at all?
I would agree that the main importance of this interview is that it happened and that she got through it largely without incident. Look, I think that the most challenging element of the interview and one of the biggest, clearest vulnerabilities for her is accounting for the shifts in her policy stances from the fairly liberal agenda that she laid out in 2019 when she was trying to appeal to Democratic primary voters to the fairly aggressive pivot to the center that she's been making recently on issues like immigration and energy. I don't think that element of the interview was incredibly compelling. It's hard to imagine people who had really serious concerns about her coming away convinced, but I think she did the most important thing there, which was just to sort of reiterate that she currently has the moderate version of those proposals. Even if she can't account for exactly where the shift came from, which I think is hard to do because it's essentially a political calculation, I think she did send the message she wanted to send, that I'm running towards the center. I want to appeal to swing voters, to moderates, to Republicans, including with the comment about putting a Republican in her cabinet that you referenced before.
Yeah, obviously she's sort of running as a sitting vice president, so therefore, to some degree, an extension of the incumbent administration. Do we have evidence, do you think, that voters right now, or the voters that need to be targeted by either campaign, are really hinging on things like policy consistency over years and the lack of flip-flops and the impression of hypocrisy, or giving the ammunition to the other side to say that you're a flip-flopper, when it seems as if these are known quantities and you could probably lay charges like that on either side?
Yeah, I'm generally not a believer that flip-flopping is like a huge vulnerability. Since time immemorial, politicians have loved to try to hit their opponents for hypocrisy. In my experience, that generally does not work. So, look, I think the important thing from a voter perspective is there's a quite clear contrast between these two candidates. On a whole range of issues, they are articulating very starkly different directions that they want to take the country. So I think the choice is fairly clear for a lot of people in one direction or the other. For that reason, from a Harris perspective, I think mostly, what she needs to satisfy voters of is that she's not going to come in and then govern as like a secret radical, more so than, to give some really, really compelling account of exactly what it is that changed over time. I don't think that people are going to demand total consistency. They're certainly not going to get total consistency. But if they can satisfy themselves that if she does get elected, she will have a basically reasonable agenda and approach issues in a pragmatic way as they come up, I think that's mission accomplished for her.
So that's from the voters' perspective. From investors' perspective, as you talk to clients, it seems like a different calculus, because what the market might need to reprice at some point, depending on who wins, is likely policy outcomes. So where do you see the main swing here, considering that we're probably going to have a close call in the congressional breakdown and all the rest of it?
Yeah, so to me, the most important consideration from an investor perspective is that Trump, if he wins, will probably have unified Republican control, and Harris, if she wins, will probably have divided government. I think the Senate leans pretty strongly to Republicans. It'll be very challenging for Democrats to win in Montana, which is probably going to be the make or break state for them. So, when Harris comes in, these tax policy ideas that she's laid out that would probably need to get done on a party line basis, I think realistically probably are not going to be on the table. So in a Harris presidency, I think the policy consequences for markets are more likely to revolve around, on the one hand, how do the bipartisan deals work out on the $4 trillion of taxes that are expiring next year? And on the other hand, how does she handle more routine regulatory issues? What does she do on antitrust, those kinds of things? And again, I think we will see a basically pragmatic approach from her. On the Trump side, he has a lot more freedom of movement. I think the likelihood that they'll be able to move a party line fiscal bill through the reconciliation process in the Senate is pretty high. So we do have to worry about, what are the things that might get cut to help pay for tax extensions. So I think there is some risk of partial IRA rollback or accelerated phase out for that reason. And then, his tariff agenda, he can do largely without congressional input. And that is a very, very, very aggressive agenda. A lot of questions from investors about exactly how serious he is, about which different elements of that. I've had many, many conversations with folks across the buy side about that. But, there on the Trump side, I think there are much more real possibilities of policy change that folks need to get their heads around.
Tobin, there was a Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll that was conducted in key battleground states, and they found that Harris has actually reversed or narrowed Trump's economic advantage on key economic issues in particular, as it pertains to the middle class, helping the middle class, reining in housing costs and government benefits. But voters do still trust Trump more for gas prices and stock market performance. As you think about the various economic issues, which ones do you think will ultimately take the day in terms of garnering voters' trust?
Yeah, I mean, it's really striking how much of a change there has been from Biden to Harris in terms of trust on economic issues, even though at some level, she ought to be tied to the same economic performance that we've seen over the course of the past 3.5 years. I think this is in line with what we tend to see internationally when you have leaders in parliamentary systems get replaced because the incumbent is just unpopular and you want to run a different candidate for the same party. They do tend to be able to shed some of that baggage in the way that we are seeing with Harris and Trump. So, we've seen, I think, all throughout a lot of, sort of correlation between voters' views on every different element of the economy. I was really struck by a poll a couple months ago when, huge numbers of voters were saying that, the stock market's down since Biden took office, which obviously it's not. But I think that's just a reflection of, what was then a pervasive negativity, what's now becoming, I think, a more neutral environment for Harris. So, at the margin, any good piece of economic news certainly helps her. Like, she would love to see gas prices come down further. She certainly would love to avoid the outbreak of wider war in the Middle East. But, I don't know that it's going to be one specific thing that kind of, makes or breaks her candidacy. It's the last thing I would say in terms of the macroeconomic environment that markets are focused on right now, like as we wait for these inflation and jobs prints, is, at the margin, to the extent that we see softening and it raises concerns about a possible recession, but also brings rates in based on expectations about the Fed path, I think that does help Harris. Like the 30-year coming down, more important than probably anything else for her.
That is the race that is on between Fed policy and the economy potentially slowing. Tobin, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, coming up, calling Dr. Google. How Google is looking to incorporate AI into figuring out if you're sick. Squawk Box. Be right back.
Educator.com today.
Google is working on AI technology that can hear signs of sickness. Bloomberg says Google has trained its AI model with 300 million pieces of audio that include coughing, sniffles, and heavier breathing to predict early signs of diseases such as tuberculosis. It's teamed up with an Indian startup to put that tech in smartphones where it could potentially help high-risk populations in areas with poor access to healthcare.
That's amazing.
It is.
Immortality at play here. Amid geopolitical tensions, worries in a major iPhone manufacturing hub are growing that jobs created by Apple supplier Foxconn may move elsewhere. Eunice Yoon joins us now with more.
Thanks, Leslie. Well, the iPhone has been a huge boost to workers in China, but times may be changing.
In the Chinese factory hub of Zhengzhou, known as iPhone City, people are gearing up for the launch of the iPhone 16. Apple supplier Foxconn has ramped up hiring.
Recruiters pass out starter kits for the new hires with all the daily essentials, and that includes a blanket.
But recruitment agent Ma Shuai says there aren't as many jobs as there used to be. Foxconn hit its peak, he says. Ma recalls when the factory employed 400,000. In 2018, the province shipped 126 million smartphones. Today, less than half that.
The iPhone 16 is generating a lot of interest from potential workers here at Foxconn, but with that is trepidation about just how long these jobs can last.
Foreign investors are souring on China and face pressure to redraw supply chains amid heated geopolitical tensions. There are numerous reports Foxconn is also producing the iPhone 16 in India, the first time Apple's premier phone would be made there. Foxconn would not confirm that to CNBC. The government-run media report all is fine, arguing the next China isn't India, but will still be China. Yet in Zhengzhou, people remain worried. The street food seller caters to Foxconn workers. There are far fewer customers, she says. Compared to 4 or 5 years ago, my revenue is down 50%. We would have to send our best workers to those countries to train them and teach our craftsmanship to foreigners, says this Foxconn job applicant. I don't like the sound of that.
Even though China is developing new industries such as EVs, traditional manufacturing is still an immensely important source of employment and income for millions of people here. And that's why the Chinese government is very sensitive and concerned about international companies diversifying their supply chains. Guys?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me, Eunice, of industry towns in the U.S., like Houston or even San Francisco at certain points in history. Is there any sense of diversifying just the types of businesses in that city that would kind of help some of the swings and the concerns that people have there?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Foxconn itself is developing a facility there that focuses on EVs. So you are seeing changes being made by the company to accommodate what they see as Chinese government policy that does favor these other types of industries.
All right, Eunice, thank you.
All right, on deck, one of the most legendary traders in America joins us for a rare interview about the bond market and an important new movie he's producing to highlight the dangers of human trafficking and child labor. It's next. Out of the open, though, on this Friday morning, we are seeing a lot of green across the screen. NASDAQ could have a huge day and maybe even turn positive for the week. Stick around to find out. Par, your next guest, has probably one of the most amazing stories, not just on Wall Street, but in American business. He built his bond business to be one of the biggest buyers of mortgages before and during the subprime crisis, turning into a family empire. But when subprime crashed, he got crushed, lost almost everything. Then he built it back bigger than ever, and now he's putting some of his fortune to a good use, helping to produce a new movie, a powerful true story about child labor and human trafficking. It's called City of Dreams. It is out in theaters today. John Devaney is the founder of United Capital Markets and the new Manor House Films. John, we got to stop meeting like this, like 15 years ago during subprime. We'll get to the movie in a second. You are, people don't know, you're not a household name, but you are in many ways parts of the mortgage market. You are the guy that makes this market.
Yep.
We've been waiting for this commercial mortgage-backed securities disaster. It hasn't happened, thankfully. But you say things are really, really shaky right now.
Yeah, the CMBS market is actually a disaster right now. That many things are unfolding right now. The bond pricing is telling us that things are very, very bad. Many of the BBB rated bonds and single A rated bonds have fallen to the 50s, 40s, and 30s. The liquidity is absolutely awful. Initially, when COVID hit, the hotels and then the malls were hit because they were closed. Malls had many tenants that went bankrupt. The hotels obviously closed. There were some really big issues. Hotels have recovered. Only about 5 of the hotel SASB deals are really still in trouble. The malls have recovered. I had greatly disagreed with Carl Icahn's bet, shorting the CMBX 12 index. He had that bet wrong. Mainly because he didn't anticipate that the malls, when they hit their maturities, wouldn't default like dominoes.
Any sign it's getting better, John? If I have a $500 million indebted San Francisco office building, Class B property, I'm making that up. Is it getting any better for me?
Yeah, so there's the biggest issue in the market right now is office by far. So office has been hit by 2 things. The first is higher interest rates. Just to give an example, a 4 cap rate, which is where many of the offices were appraised 10 years ago, because the 10-year treasury was at 1%. A 4 cap rate on 20 million of NOI is 500 million. Now the cap rate needs to be about 7%. Okay, that's like 285 million. That's down 43%. So even the absolute cream of the crop, Class A buildings, okay, they're down 35% in value right there. That's not talking about work at home. So there's a slow-moving train wreck happening around America because of work at home. The leases are 10 years. Every year, more and more companies are figuring they don't need as much space. They're giving space back. That's causing occupancy to go down. Then compounding the problem is the fact that we've got about 10 cities in America that are in real trouble. There's crime, there's drugs, there's homelessness, there's bad politics and policies. I mean, your example with San Francisco, the city is just in a death spiral right now. And so
Good morning to you too, John.
There are dozens and dozens of office buildings that are defaulting now in Chicago, Denver, Los Angeles, San Francisco. Philadelphia is in absolute such trouble. It could be half the market. That there's no lending in office right now, that because cap rates went up and the cities I just mentioned are in such trouble that most, like half of all the collateral is worth quite a bit less than the mortgage values right now. There might need to be a bailout by the government or something to help out some of these cities, but it's there's real trouble. It's going to wipe out lots and lots of tranches of these bonds.
Where do the losses sit, and can Fed rate cuts kind of mitigate any of this as it
Okay, the fears about the regional banks are very founded. They had 1/3 of all the lending, and they're in deep, deep trouble right now. So all the fears of the regional banks, they have 1/3 of all the lending in commercial real estate. They're in serious, serious trouble if they have exposure mainly to the office loans. Then the office loans live inside these conduit CMBS deals. And so in those deals, you know, the office could be 20%, sometimes it's 50%. So the deals that have more office in the conduit deals, the G is going to get wiped out, the F, the E, a lot of the Ds. So like we own some D classes, that's 4 down from the top. We have bonds right now that only have 2% delinquent. That means everybody's paying right now. Okay, that's very clean. And we're offering them at 45 cents on the dollar. 2% delinquency, 45. That means things are in trouble. The ones that are delinquent, we offer those at 20 and 30.
So then how are you positioned, broadly speaking? Are you net short CMBS right now, given this?
I wish we did very well when I started focusing on CMBS in 2020, 21, and 22. We have a bit of an advantage because we're a dealer in between all these clients. So every 2 points we make per billion, we make 20 million bucks. And so we did real well. We got caught holding some of this stuff too, like everybody else, and we're not hedged, and some of our stuff went down in 23, and we broke even, but it was a really rough ride in 23, and now part of this year as well.
You're a really rich guy, and you had a ton of stuff, you lost almost everything, you built it all back. It's a very serious topic too. You're co-producing a movie. It's out today. It's called City of Dreams. It is about child labor and human trafficking. It's based on a true story. The New York Times, by the way, has been doing a great job on this. Here's a New York Times recent headline. Alone and exploited, migrant children work brutal jobs across America. When you started to dive into this topic, because people said, John, could maybe you help us fund the movie? It is shocking how big of a problem child labor is, and nobody seems to be paying attention.
Brian, that's exactly right. And some people say, oh, John got into the movie business. It's another business that's real risky. Maybe he's going to crack this one or whatever. You know what? The truth is that I saw City of Dreams, okay? And I cried. And I don't cry in movies. And I had tears dripping on my chin. And I talked to the director and the writer, Mohit, until 2 in the morning. And I was so moved by the issue of child trafficking that by the next day at 9 in the morning, I said, I'm going to give you the money. It more than doubled the budget, and I knew that what I was doing was the right thing. And it was going to take this movie from 75 or 100 screens up to well over 1,000 and amplify this very, very important topic to the whole world. And my family, my kids, and my wife, I mean, we feel incredible about this. And now we've decided that trying to bring films that matter could be something that the world needs.
You gave me an advance copy and I watched it. I have to say, it's early in the morning, it's a Friday, we want to feel good going into the weekend. It's a hard movie to watch. It's a very good movie, but the topic it's a true story. It's difficult to watch, and I can tell you this much, folks, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can go down in the subway right here. There's a subway right here. Okay, I'm on the subway all the time. There are kids that look about 11 years old, by themselves, working and selling stuff. I don't know where it's terrifying. What did you discover as part of this movie? This is a whole underground economy of children. It's horrific.
It really is, and that some of it has to do with the policies at the border. And our film isn't political at all, but what really has happened is that a lot of kids came to the border in suburbans from very poor countries like Guatemala, and the families paid $3,000 to $5,000 per kid, and they thought that these children could have a better life here in the United States. And if you go back and watch your own news stuff, there were tents with hundreds of children, and they were all dropped off there, and we welcome them into the United States.
But we need to take care of them and make sure they're protected, and they're not.
Yeah, the problem is that the foster system does weekly and monthly checks on the children to make sure they're okay. And what happened here...
In a normal foster system.
In a foster system, what happened here is we welcome these children in here, and that sponsor families, some of the rules were changed. They don't need to be a parent or an uncle or anything. It could be anybody. And some of the traffickers suggested the sponsor, and the New York Times article says there's homes in Florida and Texas with 15 to 20 kids all sleeping on the floor, not in school, and 15 passenger vans are picking up kids, 15 at a time, and they're cleaning pig slaughterhouses and doing the whole night shift. And we're allowing this all to happen under our noses here in the greatest country of the world, the United States. This is actually happening. I mean, it's not.
The movie's out today, and I want to give a shout out to Hannah Dreyer at the New York Times. She's been doing some great reporting.
Unbelievable.
Reporting on this. This is not an easy topic to talk about, but it's happening, and it's critically important. John Devaney, appreciate. Although after that CMBS discussion, I might need a nap or something, because we'll wait and see how it plays out. But John, great work on the movie. Best of luck. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Brian.
Thank you. All right, Squawk Box. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Gas prices have been falling ahead of Labor Day. The average price for regular is $3.35 a gallon, down nearly 15 cents from a month ago. But analysts aren't ruling out the risk of a spike. They say OPEC could extend production cuts beyond October 1st, which could tighten oil supplies and lead to higher gas prices.
All right, speaking of gas prices, coming up, the Labor Day travel rush is on. We'll talk tips and expectations after the break. And later, former Energy Secretary Rick Perry will talk oil prices and much more. We'll be right back.
CNBC.
Travel within the U.S. is expected to go up 9% this Labor Day weekend compared with last year, according to AAA, thanks to lower gas prices, greater airline supply. The TSA is expecting about 17 million passengers at airports. Joining us now to walk us through those numbers, Brian Kelly, the Points Guy founder. Brian, thank you for being here. So it sounds like record crowds, but potentially lower prices if you're willing to brave them.
Absolutely. We're seeing prices down 5% to last year and down 19% versus 2019. So it's a good time to be a traveler. And even looking forward to September, the average airfare is about $240 domestically, which is down about 10% from last year.
Can we take a step back and remind our viewers what's driving these price declines? Is it more muted demand or that supply capacity that I mentioned in the intro that just is kind of writing itself out with the post-pandemic kind of trends that we saw?
Yeah, demand is really strong. Consumers want to travel. We saw 3 million passengers screened over the July 4th holiday. But the big reason why prices are dropping is an increase in supply. Airlines have flooded the market with new planes, bigger planes, and increasing capacity on really popular routes. So planes are full, but because there's so much extra supply, prices are really low. Comparatively, last summer, I'm currently in Ibiza, Spain. Last summer, business class airfares were $5,000 and up. This year, I got a first class airfare, $4,200 in first class on British Airways, which was shocking to me. Peak August season. So the airlines are discounting.
You know the haters are going to come out and say if Brian Kelly flying first class to Europe. I want to point out that Brian Kelly is about 6'7". How tall are the bro?
I'm 6'7", therefore it's a medical necessity for me to fly first.
Like literally, I'm a pretty tall guy, and I meet the guy. I'm like, dude, like you ain't flying coach. I've been to like you can't physical torture. By the way, you're like all contorted. Brian, it's weird. I've been to airports lately that have been just packed. And I've been to airports lately that have been shockingly, bizarrely empty. I can't figure out the travel patterns right now. And I'm like you, I've been on a plane pretty much every week this year.
Yeah, you know what? It mostly is related to the weather. So yesterday there was fog in San Francisco. There were 500 cancellations, and that's when things really back up in airports. But when things run smoothly, I've got to hand it to the TSA. They're processing the lines really well. Airlines have staffed up. So when there's no external factors throwing things out of whack, airports run pretty smoothly. So, but the numbers show, you know, this weekend will be probably the busiest Labor Day travel weekend ever.
Now, you are the points guy, which makes me think of credit cards. What's the interplay typically between credit cards and travel in the sense of if rates are going lower, do you think that we will see more people inclined to spend on travel? Do they usually float those balances on their credit cards?
Absolutely. You know, the credit card market, you know, people joke that airlines are banks these days because they're selling billions of dollars worth of miles to the credit card companies. The credit card companies are still, as their quarterly results have been showing, doing very well. So, you know, you've got to play the loyalty game in order to win at travel these days. And yeah, consumers are now doing more buy now, pay later with airlines. We saw that with consumer products. Now we're seeing that into travel. So consumers, even if they don't have the money today, will put those purchases because especially the younger generation, they value experiences over, you know, luxury items.
Brian, how has the equation changed, if it has at all, in terms of lodging and, you know, whether it's going to be Airbnb or Vrbo versus hotels? I mean, in a time that's very promotional, when you maybe are going to be using things like points, it would seem like hotels get more attractive. I'm just wondering if that has shifted around.
No, I mean, there was a recent article, you know, the $1,000 a night hotel room is, I think there are twice as many hotels as 5 years ago that are now on average $1,000 a night. You know, in Europe, it's common now, Italy, prime places, you're paying $2,000 to $3,000 a night for luxury hotels. Of course, that's in the upper echelon, but in general, lodging costs have gone up dramatically. And this is where I encourage people, don't just focus on getting cheap airfare. Airfare is pretty cheap. You may just want to buy that and then use those loyalty points for the lodging, which can get expensive really quickly.
That's a really good tip. Is it changing the way and where people do travel? I mean, if these $1,000 a night hotels tend to cluster in big cities, are people opting for more rural vacations?
Absolutely.
Kind of under the radar spots?
Yeah, look, we saw in Barcelona this summer, the locals are squirting tourists with water guns to get them to leave. And I encourage people, don't just go to the popular places. Instead of Lake Como, go to Lake Garda, which is a local favorite, just as beautiful and at the price for hotels. So I encourage people, think outside of those big city centers and also travel in the shoulder season. The fall in Europe is spectacular and even cheaper than what we're seeing now, especially over Thanksgiving. Airfares now in business class are less than $3,000 round trip for the Thanksgiving travel week. So if you didn't get to go to Europe this summer, going over our Thanksgiving holiday is a great time to visit Europe, not too cold, and great pricing.
And they don't have Thanksgiving. So, like, you don't need to be with the family. You can just do what you want. Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly, by the way, I agree with you. You have to fly business class, and I endorse it, my friend. Brian Kelly, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Safe travel.
All right, very, very welcome. All right, earnings largely taking a back seat today, thankfully. But we have several highlights from last night, including Dell. Dell shares, they're higher right now, up about 4.5%. They beat earnings expectations, thanks in part. Might take a wild stab at why Dell sales rose. What's the 2 letters that we say?
Seems like they're somewhere in the AI food chain. There you go.
Amazing.
Installing these servers and systems. Yeah.
And also PCs. The idea being that if you want to use all this AI stuff at home, you're going to upgrade not only this, but your PC as well. By the way, Dell saw an 80% increase, 80, in server sales to $7.7 billion. Over half of that for, yes, artificial intelligence. They also upped their current quarter's revenue guidance slightly, but Dell stock, like I said, up about 4. With this move, I believe it's official. Dell has doubled this year.
It says 107%.
I'm not a math whiz, but
that's the screen tells you.
100%. And sounds like a double. Yeah. I went to an engineering college, Santoli.
That's right.
As a theater major.
Yeah.
I wasn't a theater major.
So you just said.
No, I did theater in high school.
You said you had a theater scholarship.
No, I got a grant to help me get in. Don't make me do My Fair Lady. The Importance of Being Earnest, I'll do it. But no, I went to Virginia Tech.
And did theater.
I didn't do theater. It got me into college. It helped because my grades were. Anyway, Santoli's like,
I'm just
1 hour
I'm
left.
just surprised to hear that you were ever theatrical.
Just so surprised.
Because I'm not dramatic whatsoever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Lulu.
Was that sarcasm? I'm not a psychiatry major. Still like it.
Lululemon lowering guidance and posting its first revenue miss in more than 2 years, but the shares are moving higher after the CEO expressed optimism on its earnings call. Lulu has been working through a botched product launch. It recently pulled its new breeze-through leggings from shelves after customer complaints about their look and fit. Profits topped estimates and gross margins also came in better than expected. The stock, though, having a rough year. Brian, I was not a math major either, but it looks like year to date down 47%.
Yeah. Which I think that's about half.
Close.
Yeah.
40. Is that
I
right?
was a statistics TA though.
Yep.
Fun fact.
47% of people lie about what they did 82% of the time. 71% of the people know that.
And paychecks to prove it. I got paid for that. It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Leslie Picker, along with Brian Sullivan and Mike Santoli. Joe Becky and Andrew are off today. Among today's top stories, new inflation data due out this hour. Economists expect core PCE prices to have risen 2.7% in July, measured on a year-over-year basis. This is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, and the print could have a big impact on what the central bank decides to do regarding interest rates at next month's FOMC meeting. Reports say Apple and NVIDIA are considering investing in OpenAI funding round that would value the artificial intelligence power player at more than $100 billion. The reports say Microsoft could also participate. Yesterday, OpenAI said its flagship ChatGPT product now has more than 200 million weekly active users. That's double the number it had last fall. And some of Kamala Harris's political donors are trying to nudge her away from supporting a tax targeted at the very richest Americans. That's according to New York Times. The proposal would affect those worth $100 million or more with a tax on so-called unrealized investment gains. The Times says Harris's campaign advisors have been hearing complaints from donors, but allies of the vice president have defended the plan to business leaders in private.
All right, let's get a check on the futures, and they're looking pretty solid. If you're on the radio, we're not going to tell you what they're doing. We're just going to they're up 149 on the NASDAQ, which means if we hold, it is possible the NASDAQ, which is down, I think, Mike, about 0.5% this week, could end the week in the green. Futures up 149 on the NASDAQ. To what doth you attribute said move?
Well, first of all, yesterday, if you had said 24 hours ago, NVIDIA is going to be down 6+% in reaction to its earnings because maybe guidance was not fabulous enough, and the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 would finish flat on the day, 2 out of 3 stocks in the overall exchange would be up on the day, which is exactly what happened yesterday. You'd say it's probably showing some resilience underneath the market. Now, that's true. If you look at the S&P 500 here on a year-to-date, we just kind of got back in a V fashion most of that correction we had into the beginning of August, but we've been sort of hovering here lately. I mentioned earlier, for the last 2 weeks, been tethered to this 5,600 level. Yesterday, we're up toward the highs we last hit July 16th is the date of the record. But what's happening under the surface, kind of interesting. It's not just a carbon copy of where we were in mid-July. Take a look at the sector breakdown since that date, since July 16th. Staples and utilities up 6 and 9% or so, respectively. Then you have the NASDAQ 100 off 5%, and the consumer discretionary off 3%. So you see a little bit more of a defensive tilt, rate-sensitive things rallying as yields go down as we anticipate Fed rate cuts. Now, whether this is a kind of a negative verdict on the overall economy, I think it remains to be seen. It could just be we're rotating within the market because the Magnificent Seven have kind of lost.
They've been the average seven.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
even below, and kind of lost some of their growth premium. Semis, 15% as a group below their peak.
Do not hold me to the numbers because I'm not looking at them right now, but I believe it. I looked at my fact set yesterday. That's kind of our data system we use. I think it was 31 S&P 500 companies hit new 52-week or all-time highs. Some really interesting names. Now, I did misspeak earlier. I said Best Buy was at an all-time high. It's at a multi-year high. JP Morgan Chase.
Yes.
American Express. PNC Bank, a multi-year high there. But there are some really fascinating stocks that we've been so stuck on NVIDIA. And no disrespect, we've been so stuck on this AI story that what's happening is the Goldman Sachs, the JP Morgans of the world, the Best Buys, the American Expresses have been quite, notice I've brought up your segment.
I've been paying attention.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Which is they've been quietly doing really well.
Yeah.
7 out of 11 sectors are positive since the S&P 500 peaked, and we're still like 1% below that peak. So it shows you that internally there's been some traction, and the one reason I was skeptical of this idea that the market could broaden out from the Magnificent Seven, from mega cap growth to everything else, is because everybody wanted it to happen. And a lot of times it's just not that easy. Well, it wasn't that easy. We had a little bit of a mini panic, and you had a 10% correction, and people thought it was going to get worse, and now you're starting to see those.
We had a Sunday special. We had a Sunday.
Exactly.
special. I know the guy that hosted it, and I think market's well up.
Look too at what the yield curve has done as well in
What
that
has it
time.
done?
I mean, it's flattened.
Yeah.
Look at 2s and 10s; they're neck and neck at this point.
Can I say, Mike? We got to go. I'm going to ask you a dirty question here, which is, does I know we're the Fed. Does the Fed matter right now? Because the bond market seems to have done the Fed's job for it.
Yes, although that's always contingent on the Fed not deciding to run counter to that. But I do think the Fed.
You get my broader point.
Fed matters. I don't think it matters that much in terms of 25 basis points or 50.
Agreed.
In September.
100% agree.
It's like the direction of travel is known. The bond market figured that out a while ago. The bond market's happy that the Fed's no longer waging an headlong battle against inflation. So it's all about where the growth holds.
Well, that's a perfect segue because coming up after the break, we are going to have the latest data on what many consider to be the Fed's preferred inflation measure. It's out in less than half an hour. It's called the PCE, but we'll make it more interesting than that. Plus, former Energy Secretary and Governor Rick Perry will join us to talk about Kamala Harris saying she now supports fracking. We're back right after this.
what we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs, that tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, excuse me, I cast the tie-breaking vote that actually increased leases for fracking as vice president. So I'm very clear about where I stand.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris speaking last night on CNN in her first TV interview since becoming the candidate. Let's talk more about the two presidential candidates. Well, there's more than two, but you get the point. Energy, where we stand and where we're going. Former Energy Secretary Rick Perry. He served, of course, under former President Trump. Currently the Energy Chair of the America First Policy Institute, a group containing other former Trump administration officials that informally advises the Trump campaign. And it's quite, Governor Perry, it's good to see you again. It's quite the turn from Harris, but politically, I think it's genius. And I'll tell you why. I just got back from Wisconsin, one of the most important states in the election, and it's a state like Wisconsin. People do not understand how much what happens in Texas, your state, impacts jobs in Wisconsin, Michaels, in Pipeline, some other big LNG players. If you don't support domestic energy, it's going to be really hard to win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
It makes you ask the question, what happened? What happened between the time that she came out clearly saying, I am not for fracking, we will block fracking. There's not any doubt that that was her position. And so you ask yourself, what happened? And the answer is pretty simple. She read the polls in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Wisconsin, people don't think about Wisconsin being a major oil and gas company, but what it is a major developer, major manufacturer of the equipment that is used to export LNG. We don't think about that. Pennsylvania being a major oil and gas producing country, state, excuse me. The point here is she's just reading the polls. And so then you got to ask yourself, well, is it their actions that you're going to believe, or is it their words that you're going to believe? And I will suggest to you, knowing what this administration has done for the last 3.5 years from the standpoint of putting a pause on LNG, for instance, playing to the radical environmental movement out there. Listen, if, God forbid, she gets to be the president of the United States, she's going to change her tune again. The radical environmentalists are going to be in that administration.
Governor,
they're going to be making the decisions.
Do you think that? Because the reality is, listen, she said it. I know what she said at the 2019 town hall, ban fracking. Okay, so this is a reversal. But politicians are there to win. They want to win votes, and doing that, you got to maybe sometimes go in directions that will get that moderate, more centrist voter that doesn't want to pay $5 or $6 a gallon for gasoline. But why do you think then she's on the record now that they're going to flip and go back to sort of, because we have record oil production right now, as you know.
And the reason we have record oil production right now is because of the previous administration and what we did. I think everybody understands that you don't just, here's a permit and all of a sudden the spigots open up. It takes literally years, 24, 36 months at least, for that energy to show up at the market. That was because of what we did at the Trump administration. When I went in as energy secretary, President Trump looked me in the eye and he said, Perry, what I want you to do at the Department of Energy, what you did in Texas, create jobs, go out there and promote that economy. And that's exactly what we did. We became energy independent because of Trump era policies. This administration, listen, if you believe them, God bless you. But I think they will say whatever it takes to get into the White House. And if you care about the cost of gasoline, you care about the cost of everything that's impacted by the energy market, which is frankly everything, then I would be very hesitant to believe, hey, look, we're for fracking now, we're for energy now, no, you're not. And your record proves that you are anti-fossil fuels. And that's what the American people can expect.
There's a lot, without going on the political side of it, Governor, you can agree there's so much energy, I don't want to say ignorance because it's offensive, but lack of energy knowledge, even at high levels where people think, well, I'm going to take out a natural gas plant or a nuclear plant and I'm going to build 5 million solar panels and that's fine. That's not how it works, because you still need to have the natural gas plant in case the solar panels don't work. You got to have the backup plant. So you're almost doubling up. I want to quickly ask you about Europe. You know, not bragging, but I've been over there for years, as you know, talking about how U.S. LNG has, I called it the Marshall Plan for energy, kind of saving Germany's tush, for lack of a better term. And the dirty secret that people don't understand is that Germany is still buying a ton of Russian liquefied natural gas. The Nord Stream got blown up by somebody, right? But they're still buying a lot of Russian gas vis-a-vis ships. Why are we pausing LNG permitting for some projects? Still have a lot of growth ahead. I want to be clear on that. When climate change is a global issue, so I'd rather get it here where we do it smarter than get it from Russia, Qatar, or somebody else.
Yeah, great question. And you might add to that list, we do it cleaner. That LNG that you're getting from America is cleaner than that Russian gas. But here's the bigger issue from my perspective, Aaron, is that this is about American jobs. It's about the American economy. If you put this pause on, which we have done, that means they're going to get their energy from somebody else. And that energy is either going to come from the Russians or from people in the Middle East that aren't our friends, from Iran. You know, that's the issue here. And I think that Americans need to understand this. And you're right. We're not the most educated people in the world when it comes to energy policy, particularly global energy policies. But we know that gasoline prices and we know that grocery prices have gone through the roof in the last 3 years. And it is very much tied directly to the price of energy and the restriction of energy around the world.
Yes, it is. And Iran's a different issue, and we'll get you on a different day to talk about that, because they are selling a lot of oil and making a lot of money.
Indeed, they
Secretary Rick Perry, really appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
God bless you.
All right.
All right, coming up at the bottom of the hour, breaking PCE inflation data. But first, we'll wrap up a big week for the tech sector and talk NVIDIA and much more with investor Dan Niles. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box will be right back.
Jim.
Welcome back. Most of the Magnificent Seven lower on the week. The worst performer, NVIDIA, which fell after it couldn't quite meet the hugely inflated expectations that had built up into Wednesday's earnings. Joining us now on Big Tech, Dan Niles, Niles Investment Management founder and portfolio manager. Dan, I saw a really interesting stat in the producer's notes for this segment from you, which is that the Mag 7 have now declined on average 4% the day after reporting results versus rising 4% after Q1 results. Does that suggest to you a sentiment shift or a fundamentals shift?
Well, it's clearly a fundamental shift, because if you look at the results of the Magnificent Seven and you forget all the hype, after Google reported their forward revenue estimates went down, after Amazon reported their forward revenue estimates went down, after Microsoft reported their forward revenue estimates went down. So I know it's popular to talk about AI because these stocks are driving the market, but at a certain point, you want to get a return on all of this money you're investing. And if your forward revenue estimates are going lower, not higher, but your CapEx is going up, at some point, those two things are going to collide. And we saw this after COVID, where spending took off and then slowed down dramatically as these same companies went through a digestion period. And that's what I think you're going to see happen as we get into next year.
The digestion period indicating that there needs to be a very clear ROI on all of this CapEx spending, which some investors feel dissatisfied by.
Exactly. I mean, and you can think about it just from looking at NVIDIA, the poster child of AI. During COVID, obviously, everybody had to get online, and all of these same hyperscalers went ahead and spent a lot of money. And if you go back and you look at it, during 2021, revenue growth for NVIDIA was up 62% year over year. 2022, revenues were up 6%, and the stock went down from peak to trough 66%. And so if you look at CapEx spending over the last 2 years, and you see NVIDIA's revenues last year grew over 100%. This year, they're going to grow over 100%. I think what you're going to see next year is a dramatic slowdown, not only from the spending from the hyperscalers, but also in NVIDIA's revenues as those hyperscalers grow into all of this money that they've spent that's not actually generating an increase in their revenues. And so that's what you're going to have to deal with. And we've seen this after COVID. But investors obviously don't want to believe this because it's going to be really painful. But you can see it in the revenue figures for the big hyperscalers and how they're going down, not up, after they report it.
Is there an argument to be made? I mean, we get PCE in about 8 minutes, so I have to ask you a rates-related question as it pertains to CapEx, which is that a lot of what we've seen over the last few years has defied kind of Econ 101 in terms of CapEx spending because of this clamoring for AI, as well as the enormous amount of cash on the balance sheets of large tech. But as you do see rates come down, is there an argument to be made that more of the CapEx spending could be kind of built up by those who haven't necessarily been spending because financing that CapEx suddenly becomes cheaper?
Yeah, I think if you think about the market, July 16th, that's where the S&P hit its peak, and the S&P is down about 1% from there. The Magnificent Seven are down 8%, but the equal weighted S&P is up 2%. And so we've been saying this for a while. In terms of what we're looking at to invest in, it's the areas that benefit from rate cuts. And so it's areas like consumer staples, utilities, telecom services, other sectors of the market, because it's that other 493 stocks, is our belief, that drives this market to new all-time record highs. And we still like, don't get me wrong, we like Apple, we like Meta, because there we see revenues actually doing well. They had forward revenue estimates go up, but I think you really have to look outside of just 7 stocks through the rest of this year, because rates going down is going to benefit a whole lot of other sectors of this market, just like you brought up.
Yeah, you're working with about 70% of the S&P market cap, I guess, if you're talking about the 493, trying to drive the index to new highs. I guess, Dan, for that to happen, you must assume the economy is going to hang together pretty well, therefore earnings growth can spread out among more companies?
Absolutely, Mike. I mean, we look at jobs as the #1 driver of everything. And if you think about this whole debate of, what's the economy going to do? It's hard for me to imagine the economy slows down that much if you've got 10% more job openings than people unemployed. And this is the same reason why several years ago we were saying this is not transitory inflation because you had 2 times as many people, 2 times as many job openings as people unemployed. So you look at that, you look at GDP running around 3%, you look at the fact the Fed's going to cut probably 3 times this year to get the Fed funds rate closer to where inflation's actually running. Obviously, we're going to get the PCE report very shortly. But you look at all of that and you say, okay, this should be good for the economy in general, and these other stocks that people have forgotten about, who I think will do pretty well over the course of the next 12 months, where a lot of the Magnificent Seven, I think you're going to see their revenue growth actually slow down a little bit. But that's not a bad thing. You can have these other 493 stocks actually doing quite well, which is what we've seen since the middle of July.
So then would you be using any dips in the Mag 7 as buying opportunities, or at this point, given just the estimates in the future, you'd be sitting that out?
Well, right now, the two that we like Apple a lot. I mean, Apple's had very little growth for the last 3 years. It grew 4% 2 years ago. It grew 0% last year. Sorry, 2% 2 years ago, 0% last year, 4% this year. I think next year, driven by people actually upgrading their iPhones, which they last did during COVID, you're going to see that growth rate be over 10%. And so I think that's very interesting. Meta's very interesting. But you look at the other names in there, I think NVIDIA is going to go through, obviously, CapEx digestion, which we've talked about. Microsoft should worry you because despite their relationship with OpenAI, they missed their Azure numbers. Amazon, obviously, e-commerce, I thought there would be share gains. They could do that profitably. Margins came in worse than people thought. And with Google, I don't see how they keep 90% plus share in search when you've got all of this spending on AI going on, and you've got to believe some of those companies take share, and then Tesla's just obviously in a tough competitive environment. So it really, you got to go through each one individually. It's not a uniform buy them all or sell them all.
Yeah, not a stock picker is Mag 7 anymore. Dan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up, the number of the morning and the week, July PCE inflation data. After this.
insurance.
Rick Santelli is standing by at the CME with the breaking PCE inflation data. Rick?
Yes, we are anxiously looking at the wires for this July read, maybe some of the most important data points before we get to, of course, the September meeting. Right now, we're looking for the number on the headline to be up 0.2, and here it comes, up 0.3 on personal income, up 0.3, a little bit better than expected. Remember, back in May, it was up 0.4. If we look at the spending side, comes in up 0.5%, exactly as expected. In the rearview mirror, up 0.3. 0.5% is the best since March, when it was up 0.7. Now we look at real personal spending, up 0.4, also better than expected, double in the rearview mirror. That equals where we were in May. To find a higher level, you have to go to December of last year. Now let's look at that PCE index month over month, up 0.2, exactly as expected. However, it is a little warmer than the up 0.1 in the rearview mirror. And if you look back towards April, it was up 0.3. Now let's look at price index year over year, expected to be up 2.5. It is up 2.5, and it equals last month at 2.5. And all these 2.5s happen to be the lowest level since February of 21, and it remains that way, of course, because it was the same as last month. And if we look at now the core PCE, we'll start for the month over month, up 0.2 as expected, same as rear view mirror. And finally, core PCE year over year, expected to be up 2.7, and on this one, we come in a little better at 2.6, which equals our last look at 2.6. 2.6 really is the lowest in the last 2 months, going back to March of 21. How did the markets react to all of these data points? We're at 390 on a 2-year. We're still at 390 on a 2-year. We're at 385 on a 10, still 385 on a 10. 2 years are down 2 on the week. 10s are up 5 on the week as they sit. And of course, the pre-opening equities are about the same as well. And I would like to point out, with all the volatility in FX, the peso, the yuan, we see the dollar index actually up slightly on the day and up on the week. Mike, back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, some on-target numbers there. Rick, stay with us for more on that new inflation data. Let's bring in Derek Morgan, Executive Vice President at the Heritage Foundation, and David Wessel, Director of the Hutchins Center on Fiscal and Monetary Policy at the Brookings Institution. So David, it seems like these numbers would kind of confirm the notion that inflation is kind of well in hand in terms of knowing the trends. The forecasts are basically proving out to be pretty close to what the numbers are, and the Fed has sort of moved on to really paying more attention to the growth side of things. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So this is a no surprise PCE report. Not good, not particularly better than the market or analysts expected, not worse. So that means steady as she goes. Fed Chair Jay Powell made quite clear in his Jackson Hole speech that he is now more focused on the labor market and the signs that it's beginning to soften. And that they actually, I mean, they don't ever say mission accomplished or take a victory lap, because that's bad luck, but he came pretty darn close. I've always thought that if the Fed thought you could get a 2-handle on inflation persistently, and that they could reasonably forecast that it'll continue to come down over what they say the medium term, which is whatever they mean and whatever they want it to mean, that they're now free to focus on the other side of their mandate, and that's what they're doing.
Derek, for as much as these numbers are coming in right in line with consensus, and they're pretty much in line with where the Fed's own outlook in the dot plot suggested they might be at this time. So they're kind of benign on that front. Of course, they're not at target, and I guess you have to make some kind of a judgment as to whether they're headed to target, whether in fact the Fed much cares if they get there quickly.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think overall it's right on target. However, when you take a step back, you're looking at price levels that are 20% higher since the Biden-Harris administration took over. So people are feeling that. And it's really a matter of, on the supply side of the economy, we have a regulatory state that's holding back American businesses. And on the spending side, we just have Congress that's really out of control.
Well, I mean, you have also pretty much record profits in the private sector, and it seems as if, while yes, no doubt about it, people are still anchored to the higher price levels right now. If we get Fed rate cuts, if that seems like it could refresh some buying power in, let's say, the housing market as mortgage rates come down. Do you think that we're not going to be able to sand off some of the edges there, Derek?
Overall, I'd say it's encouraging. Certainly looks better than it did 6 months ago. But we have to remember that the American people are seeing those persistently high prices. They're not going to come down. We all know that. And we have, slightly above target still at 2.5%, 2.6%. And so you have to see that in the context of it, that the economy is doing okay, but you've got American people that are hurting out there. We've seen that with the credit card data. We're seeing people that are spending money that they don't have on things that they have to have: groceries, gas, and rent.
Yeah, David, I guess this is the big question now. I mean, the soft landing premise has been obviously not confirmed, but it's certainly not been refuted by the numbers coming in. You have to test it at all times. The consumer side of things, the employment side of things, really kind of eye of the beholder right now as to whether it's hanging steady or is eroding. How does it look to you?
No, I think first of all, if you had asked me 18 months ago what I expected, it would not look anything like this. So I think this is pretty damn good. 3% growth in the second quarter, inflation gradually coming down as supply chain conditions ease. For many people, wages now rising faster than inflation. So we maybe don't have a soft landing, but we're certainly approaching the runway. So I don't think that's in the eye of the beholder. It is true, of course, that people's perceptions are, as Derek said, and prices are higher than they were before the pandemic, and that's true. And economists like to look at their real wages and adjust for prices, and people don't tend to do that. But I think the concern now is the Fed moving too slowly? There are some signs of erosion in the labor market. The Conference Board data this week on people who say jobs are hard to get is moving in the wrong direction. It still looks pretty good, but the trend is not our friend. Unemployment has risen, and if it keeps rising, that could be a harbinger of things to come. So I think what we have to worry about now, we're in a good place right now. The question is, where do we go from here? Can we continue strong growth with inflation coming down? Or does the Fed have to move more quickly in order to head off the downside risk, which both Chair Powell and, if you read the minutes, the Fed staff are worrying about, that the real economy might deteriorate faster than they anticipate.
Yeah.
And some of that has to do with what's going on in the rest of the world. I mean, China, Ukraine, the Middle East, all those things could be shocks, and they're more likely to be negative shocks than positive ones.
Rick, I was just in your neck of the woods, a little north of you, in the great state of Wisconsin. And, you know me, I'll go in anywhere, I'll talk to anybody. I'm talking to car dealers, boat dealers. Nobody's selling anything. Okay? And it dawned on me that I think we've totally underestimated the stimulus from the PPP loans. People building homes and buying boats and buying cars with PPP loans they did not need to pay back. And I'm not saying it's what caused the economic boom, but I really got the sense this summer, talking to a lot of people, that were underestimating that. And now that money is rolling off, and I hope I'm wrong, but I worry what the effect is going to be at $1.1 trillion in credit card debt, and the fact that all this PPP money, true story, Rick, I talked to a guy who was selling boats, and he said he had a customer come in who had lost his job, but he got rehired cash by his boss, and he had started companies to get PPP money, and he had $200,000 in the bank and was unemployed, and he bought a boat, and that blew my freaking mind.
Well, you just answered the question. Where did inflation come from? I think you're describing one big aisle of it. And as far as how wonderful the economy's doing, listen, first of all, rates are starting to creep up as we're talking because, we largely have avoided talking about income and spending. Those numbers were pretty good. You blur your eyes, it's hard to see recession there. The second thing is, I think David, and by the way, David, I've been reading your stuff and listening to you for so many years when you were at the Wall Street Journal. It's nice to be on with you. But real wages might have caught up lately, but they didn't catch up when we were at 9.1%. And as Derek pointed out, the problem is inflation rates have come down, prices have not. Think about wages, okay? Everything's still more expensive, but your wages didn't keep up on the front. They're keeping up on the back. But that doesn't matter so much. You're still not really ahead of the game. When we talk about economists tinkering with real wage numbers, what Brian and I see are real people dealing with it with their wallet. And trust me, the high prices aren't going to go away until we start to see about 10 months in a row of actual minus signs on CPI or some
But we
of these
don't.
data
We don't. I
points,
don't think.
and I
Rick,
truly
I don't think we
will.
want. David, I don't think we want that. I don't think we want deflation, right? Prices going down, deflation. That's a bad thing.
We never had it in the 80s. We never got back to the
Especially when you're in
pre-hyperinflation
debt.
numbers.
Especially when you're in debt, Brian. When you're in debt, almost $2 trillion on the budget, 35+ trillion that we're carrying along. Oh, most definitely. The best way to get out of it's growth and inflation. So you're spot on.
Fair enough. And Derek, I would say this, that you know, listen, and I hear it from people, and I've been on the tape on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. I think the home insurance crisis is going to be the kind of a maybe not a black swan, but a gray swan, because there's nothing the Federal Reserve can do about somebody paying 43% more for their home insurance or 40% more for their car insurance. That's what's happening all across America. It's only going to get worse, and I don't know what Jay Powell can do to bring down somebody's car insurance rate.
You're exactly right.
You're absolutely
Derek first, then David comment, please.
I mean, you're exactly right. The average family has taken about an $8,000 hit when you take both the inflation and higher interest rates into effect. People are still feeling that. And what worries me even more is you have Harris, who has decided that she's going to adopt the Biden budget proposals for a whole series of tax increases. You have taxes on unrealized capital gains. I don't think many of us think that's the right way to go. You have highest tax rate could go to 44.6% on long-term capital gains and dividends. And you have a corporate tax rate that they want to boost ahead of China, above China, and you want to see way above the global average. So I think these tax increase potential also could be another big drag on the productive side of the economy.
David?
Well, two things. One is, I'm not sure that the Trump tariffs are any great boon to growth either. I mean, we have two candidates who are throwing around lots of ideas, and I don't really understand which ones are going to stick. I think you're absolutely right, though, to focus on the housing thing. We have a number of problems in housing. Actually, Jay Powell has some control over housing costs. If he brings down interest rates and that leads to lower mortgage rates, that can offset in part the increase in insurance, which you're absolutely right about. And we have a huge housing supply problem in the U.S. We have demand that exceeds supply. We have all sorts of restrictions, many of them state and local, that are preventing the increase in home building and apartment building. And I think the political system is beginning to focus on that, in part because politicians are very sensitive to what people are really worried about. And I actually think as many people or more are worried about their ability to buy a home or their kids' ability to buy a home than they are about what's happening to the price of used cars and eggs and things that get measured so well in the government data.
That is true, and certainly takes a while to ameliorate that if it's going to happen. David, Derek, Rick, thanks very much. We have to run. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, coming up, what the PCE inflation data could mean for the Federal Reserve and its rate-cutting calculations. Former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard, who hopefully just heard us, will join us for a special interview and maybe comment on everything that we just talked about. Maybe not boat prices, but whatever. Let's take a look at Treasury yields following the new data. You are seeing the 10-year yield at 3.877%. You are watching Squawk Box. It is the final trading day of August, and we are back right after this. breaking news animation says, headline July PCE, it's personal consumption expenditure, it's the Fed's preferred rate of inflation, etc. Coming in a little bit lower year over year. The core rate's slightly cooler than economists had forecast. Futures right now, well, they were up before and they're still up. NASDAQ futures, Leslie, up 148 points. I think it's because we're here.
Oh, it's definitely
You're welcome.
personal, yeah.
I speak for all of you, I think. You're welcome, America.
Joining us now to talk about how the Fed will likely view the latest inflation data, former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard. He is now the Dean of Purdue University's Mitchell E. Daniels School of Business. Great to have you, Jim. Thank you for being here. I first want to get your take on today's PCE data and whether it signals to you that we've mission accomplished on inflation.
This was a good report, right on track with what markets were expecting. This will put the Fed squarely on rate cut in September. And I think it's going to be 25 basis points. And I think the debate now will shift out to the November-December meeting. And I think the baseline there is 25 basis points at each of those meetings as well. And it is a soft landing, and I think it has been achieved. I think Jay Powell's speech at Jackson Hole was essentially recapping the success of monetary policy over the last 2 years.
So soft landing, it sounds like you're still expecting a gradual cutting of rates, 25 basis points, maybe some debate thereafter. What are you looking for in next week's payrolls report that could change that dynamic for you?
Yeah, I think this is, I think the debate, because of Jackson Hole, I think the debate's shifting. So now if you got a surprise in any of the upcoming reports, I don't think it would affect September. It would affect the debate about what to do later this year and focus on November. So for instance, if the payrolls report was very hot and showed a thriving jobs market, that might call November into question about whether the committee would do anything there. If it was a very weak report, let's say, close to zero or something, then you might get debate about whether they need to do more. But I think the do more would be farther out in the future, not at the September meeting, because I think they would just shrug off any data that's coming in now between now and the meeting as just one data point, and they wouldn't probably react to that.
I've seen some criticism that people believe the Fed may be acting too short term. Obviously, they need to be data dependent. Obviously, we are in unprecedented times during this cycle. What do you make of that criticism, especially as we kind of reflect back? I know the Fed is also doing that retrospective, looking back at just the massive inflation we did see over the past few years and the monetary transmission mechanism and the potential gaps therein.
Yeah, too much short-termism. Well, I don't really think so. I think that I would interpret the first half of 2024 as a time when the committee was buying insurance to make sure that inflation didn't resurrect and go back up higher. And for a moment there, it looked like it might go higher, but it ultimately did not. And this report today confirms that. So I think it maybe was wise to be very careful and make sure that inflation was really coming down to the 2% target before they started an easing cycle. And so that all makes sense, I think.
Jim, I don't know did you hear it's Brian Salvamoa. Did you hear the previous conversation?
Yes, I did.
Listen.
You want to talk boat prices?
Well, I would like to know what listen, you've always been a great guy and a straight shooter. And and by the way, congrats, Purdue, great school, go Boilermakers. By the way, boilers are also up in price. I just want to point that out. But here's the thing. How much, we know we needed 2020 COVID disaster economy shutdown. How much do you think the 2021 COVID stimulus and the PPP COVID stimulus contributed, if at all, maybe zero, Jim, to inflation?
Well, I've been telling the story about the causes of the big inflation, and it's very, very much that the March-April 2020 response to the pandemic was big, and it was meant to be big, and I think it avoided a financial crisis. But then you got another package passed by Congress at the end of 2020 2020 in December, bipartisan, very large. That was because of the Georgia election. And then again, when the Democrats came into power, as probably any party coming into power, they wanted to do something, so they passed another package. It's those two last packages that were overdone, and that's what led, right after that, we got a whole bunch of inflation, and we're still keeping the policy rate, very low in that environment. And then we had to scramble in 2022 in order to bring this under control. So I very much think that's what caused the inflation. And a lot of that spending was actually, basically going directly to people's bank accounts. That's about as close to printing money as you can get. And I think if a new Congress is coming up in the future should learn from this, that all you get is a bunch of inflation if you try to do stuff like that.
But if you look at the economic proposals of the two candidates running for president, you would say that there is a risk for that inflation to continue due to the impact on the deficits. Is mixed government kind of the only way to combat that if there's divided government in terms of party?
Yeah, I've been telling audiences that that's our best hope, that you get a split House, Senate, White House somehow between Republicans and Democrats, and that probably would keep the spending down. Even very narrow majorities are hard to work with, so you probably wouldn't see a lot happen. But still, I'd like policy nationally to kind of return to what I would say is a little more sensible grounds and try to put us on better footing going out into the future, but it doesn't seem to be happening. Both parties seem to be going more and more into bigger and bigger deficits out into the future.
Yeah, also contributing, I guess, to that uncertainty for November, December for the Fed as well and into 2025. Jim, thanks so much. Really appreciate your time.
Great, thanks.
Coming up, what to watch in the markets today. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
Joining us now on the markets on this final trading day of August is Brenda Vangello, Chief Investment Officer at Sandhill Global Advisors and a CNBC contributor. Brenda, good morning. It's great to have you here. You know, in the last couple of days, we got, I guess information that GDP, we entered the current quarter at like a 3% annualized pace of real GDP. You have inflation seemingly on target, 2.5% core PCE. It seems like things in the macro are okay, even if people are concerned about where it goes from here. How does that set up your market view at this point?
Well, I think, it's been a little bit of a choppy quarter. Certainly we started out in a choppy way, but as time has gone on, we've certainly learned, as you've just described, that I think this scenario for a soft landing is really starting to play out. So we're seeing it on the corporate side, where corporate earnings have largely been better than expected, appreciating at a double-digit pace. This week, normally a pretty quiet week at the end of August. That certainly isn't the case anymore, with the likes of NVIDIA and Salesforce reporting, as well as a lot of retailers, but still providing a great view into what's actually happening in corporate America. But I think the way we play this, I think certainly it makes sense to have some broad exposure to the equity market. I think that's one thing we've been very encouraged by this week, is that the Mag 7 and NVIDIA have not acted particularly well, yet the market has really held up. We've seen this continuation of a broadening trend where areas like small mid-cap equity have performed well. A lot of other sectors are really holding up. And so we think there is still opportunity in the equity market for sure. And I'll also add that bonds this quarter have certainly been acting a lot better as well, and have really, for the first time in a long time, been solid contributors to growth in portfolios.
Yeah, bonds, no doubt about it, kind of did their job in the correction and have actually been positive on a month-to-date basis as well. So I assume you're kind of behind the idea that you can look outside the mega cap growth area and find things that haven't moved that much or are reasonably valued. Where in particular?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even within tech, there are opportunities. And I think Salesforce, which is reported this week, is one of those opportunities. We've seen that software space just has not acted well. And I think it's because we're in the midst of a lot of transition, and a lot of companies are kind of pausing in their decision-making process. But I do think that a company like Salesforce has an excellent offering. They talked a lot about Agentforce, which really is meant to really help companies tap into their existing data as it relates to the sales process, in addition to even training salespeople. So I think they have some very relevant products, and I do think there is a big growth opportunity. And the company has been incredibly financially disciplined, really improved margins significantly, have a good stock buyback in place, and Dreamforce coming up as a catalyst.
Yeah, I mean, margins have done pretty well. A little bit of skepticism out there on the street. See if that does create further opportunity. Brenda, great to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Let's get a final check on the markets here. We have set up for somewhat positive open, about 40 basis points upside of the S&P 500. We got Dow up 50 points right there. Happy Labor Day.
No, we're on TV at 3 o'clock. Tell people to tune in, 3 p.m. Eastern.
I'm on TV at 3 o'clock.
I am. Tune in.
We'll see y'all. Thank you.
Good Friday morning and welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber with Wilfred Frost. We're live from Post Line at the New York Stock Exchange. Jim and Carl have the morning off. Let's give you a look at futures and get ready to wrap up the week, wrap up the month of August, kind of wrap up the summer. Oh, sorry to say that. You can see that we are headed for a bit of a higher open.
You're going to Provence next week.
Yes, thank you for letting everybody know my travel plans. Well, let's get to our roadmap, though. My summer's not over, but theirs may be. Our roadmap begins with the Fed's preferred inflation indicator. The PCE increased 0.2% in July. That was as expected. We're going to discuss that with Wharton Professor Jeremy Siegel, who will join us in just a moment. Plus, Apple and NVIDIA reportedly in talks to invest in OpenAI. They would join Microsoft, as well as Thrive Capital, in what is a significant funding round, of course, valuing that company at over $100 billion. Speaking of AI, shares of Dell, they are up in the pre-market. Company seeing its AI server sales soar by some 80%. Let's start with that market reaction to the PCE as we head into the final trading session of the month. Wolf, looked like it more or less came in in line, so to speak, with what the market had anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely in line. That's why the market reaction is pretty muted. 2.5% year over year. The expectation was 2.5. The core fractionally better than expectation, 2.6% year over year. The forecast was 2.2%. I mean, the bottom line of this is quite clearly that inflation is not going to be a factor that stops the Fed cutting at the next meeting in a couple of weeks. A rate cut is coming, it's priced in. You could get a jobs number all to the size of that next week. If it's very weak indeed, maybe 50 basis points, but at least 25 seems priced in, and you're not seeing much market reaction from this. As you said, last trading day of the week, last trading day of the month as well. The only index that's down for both week and month is the Nasdaq. The only index that's up for both week and month is the Dow. The S&P splits of it, which kind of tells the story really of the last week and the last month. It'll be interesting to see if there's much further action from here. Just mention a little bit as well on the inflation front in Eurozone. We got the numbers out of there this morning as well.
Yep.
Also in line with expectations, but a bigger delta improvement there. So 2.2% coming in. That's down from 2.6%. It was in line with expectations, but it's a 3-year low now, the print that you're seeing Eurozone as a whole. And the stock 600 Europe hit a fresh intraday high during the session as well. So again, speaking to the picture there, Germany and Spain had bigger falls than expected. France had a tad hotter number than expected, but still 2.2%. So again, what you're seeing there is all of the data that the ECB needs to see to cut. They've of course cut already. They're at 3.5% their rate.
Right.
Bank of England's already cut. But this theme with the PCE data coming in and what we expect from the Fed is now pretty much developed market global, apart from Japan, which is going the opposite direction, as we all know. But it's certainly a very big change of tone to where we were, a couple of months ago with all these people cutting. And the one thing I think is really interesting is what happens, not so much in the next couple of months, because clearly cuts are coming, but is by the end of the year, do we start to see inflation pick up again, which some have forecast? And there's two little balancing data points, I'd say, on that coming out of it. So from the European data, the services side rose to 4.2% year on year. Last month was 4%. So even though the headline is looking good, they're almost certain to cut in a couple of weeks' time. Once again, it's the one factor you've got to look out for. And I wonder about the same thing with the Fed. PCE is good. They're going to cut in a couple of weeks' time. Perhaps 50 basis points if the job number's terrible. Will they get all 400 basis points worth of cut done by the year end? We'll see.
We will indeed. We should mention elsewhere in the report, we also did have personal income up 0.3%. I think that was a 0.2% estimate, and consumer spending up 0.5%. That was in line as well.
By the way, I've always thought Faber, Frost & Company has a great ring to it.
You do? You like that, huh?
Yeah.
Well, here we can try it out.
We are trying
this
Can we
day.
rename the show today as well?
Sure.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
Oh,
You do what you want. You are here. We're very thankful for you making
I
the
didn't know
trip.
if they were going to put me in Carl's seat or Jim's seat, but I'm in Jim's seat, which I quite like.
You are. You can do your best if you want.
Yeah, well, I think it means I have to start a Friday by giving you a bit of grief for not wearing a necktie.
Yes, I don't wear neckties on Fridays, Wolf.
I know.
Yeah.
Which
Even
you
back when you were here, I think I started that.
You
trend.
did start that
Yes.
trend. I know. Which makes me feel really old, actually, that I'm with Jim's camp on that. I still wear a necktie on Friday.
You do? Yeah. Well, I like that about you. So many things. But you shouldn't feel old, believe me.
Well,
you're a young man.
Yeah, there we go. Anyway, it's great to be here. Good fun. So we're going to continue this conversation now and bring in Wharton School Professor of Finance, Jeremy Siegel. Jeremy, great to see you.
Happy to see you. I'm older than both of you, and I always wear a necktie. So I guess it's the old generation. I don't know.
You're older and wiser, and that's why we're looking forward to hearing your perspectives on all this. I mean, bottom line on this PCE data, are we definitely going to see a rate cut, and is it almost certainly going to be 25 basis points?
Well, I think whether it's 25 or more, really, as you mentioned, depends on what we see next Friday. And there's even some more reports coming before that, September 18th. So it's definitely going to be a cut. I think it's open between 25 and 50. I think it was really interesting, Wilfred, you mentioning about what's going on in the Eurozone's lower. They have a different method of computing the housing, and I've been on the Fed for so long saying their housing measure is lagged so much that it keeps on feeding in, even though we have rental prices that have stabilized. They don't have that problem in Europe, and that's one reason I think it's further down. When I actually put on the ground housing prices in, I actually get 2% or even below on year-over-year inflation. I think the Fed is there, and I think to stay at 5.33. Well, they are going to go down, but my feeling is they should move much faster towards what they say is the neutral rate. Now, in that June meeting, they say it was 2.8%. We're going to get a new read, new dot plot in 2.5 weeks. It may go up to 3, but that's still over 200 basis points lower than where it is today.
Are you saying that, Professor Siegel, because you think, in fact, the inflation numbers give it the room to do so, so they may as well do so? Or is it because the economy is also weakening at a faster pace than they're perhaps appreciating?
Well, I am worried. I mean, certainly, I got worried with the last report, and it looked like those claims were heading way up. I get worried when they go above 240. Now they've stabilized down on 230. We shouldn't get too excited. We saw that 3% print, but that was April, May, June. We're, just on the verge of September. I was a little disturbed, for instance, the trade report yesterday didn't get a lot of, press because it was, overtaken by everything else. But the Fed, the Atlanta Fed, and several others are going to come out with a report later today. Believe it or not, I think this quarter might have a one handle on GDP. So, yeah, now that's not recession, and I'm not saying recession, but it is a slowdown. I think that, given that slowdown, given that the unemployment rate rose to 4.3%, that is above the Fed's long-term target, given we were within 0.5% on their own measure of their inflation target. My feeling is they should be closer to what they say is the neutral rate rather than tiptoe down, quarter point here and there. We'll get there eventually. Why take that risk? Be bolder. They were 75 basis points on the way up. For sure, they were way too late, and I'm not saying they should panic, but, lower, I think, is the better.
Although, Jeremy, you got a lot of attention not that long ago when you were on our air talking for an emergency rate cut, right?
Yeah,
Everybody
I
was
did.
like, oh my God, what? And you do seem to have backed off a bit from that. What was it you were seeing then that you maybe aren't seeing now?
Well, what I did see was that labor market and as I said, the claims report going considerably up. And I said, I saw the Psalms rule being triggered. I saw a number of other rules being triggered. And then I said to myself, well, why is the Fed at 5.3 when they say, it should be at 2.8 when it's long term? Now, I will absolutely admit, things calm down, the economy looks good. But, let's put it fine. Even if the GDP is at 2%, which is, let's say the long-term target, that doesn't argue to stay at 5.3 when you're that close to target. Some people are saying, oh, the economy's fine, leave it where it is. That's not the logic of the Fed. That's not what they say, unless they really think the Fed funds rate should be, 4.5 to 5, so they can tiptoe down. I don't hear that from anyone. So my feeling is I'm not quite sure why being so close, 80 to 100% there on unemployment, over 100% there, they are tiptoeing down so slowly on Fed funds.
So, Professor, tell us what this all does for your view on the S&P 500. If we've got 100 basis points priced in by the end of the year, we're probably not going to get more than that. With that in mind, do we also have to see the economy land softly? If it worsens, will rate cuts do enough to prop up the S&P 500, or do you kind of need a bit of both with where we are at the moment?
Well, as you know, the long bond is saying the Fed is going to be more aggressive than a lot of people think, and probably even than the dot plot. I mean, if you look forward to the June of next year, you see quite a number of cuts. So in some ways, the bond market is kind of doing the Fed's job for them, bringing down that mortgage rate, which is due to the 10-year. However, we should remember that a lot of small firms as well as individuals, you know, they don't finance at the 10-year if you're not buying a house. They finance at the prime rate, and what used to be called the LIBOR rate, now it's called the SOFR rate. Firms finance at that short-term rate. That's one reason why small firms have been hurt so much more than the large firms by the rise of interest rates, is because they are much more short-term oriented. That lowering of rate, I think, would really help those smaller firms and would help the dividend-paying firms. I think I think a lowering of rates aggressively is really needed to turn that scenario around.
Yeah. So does that mean you want to stay away from sort of the mega cap part of the market, so to speak, and kind of lean into this broadening theme we talk so often about?
Well, I mean, I certainly think there's a reason for that, and I like those relative valuations. I just don't want the Fed to go down too slow. So if the data looks weak and they only go down 25 basis points, then I get more worried. Again, slow down to maybe 0 to 1% for 2 or 3 quarters. I mean, we've got to be negative for a recession. Actually, even more, a little bit than that. We had 2 quarters, actually, a couple of years ago, we had negative. We didn't call it because the unemployment rate didn't go up. But now we have that unemployment rate. I'm not calling a recession. I'm just saying the Fed, if it goes down too slow, is taking a risk that I don't think it has to take.
Professor Siegel, thanks so much for joining us. Great to see you.
Absolutely. Have a good Labor Day, guys.
You too. We are, by the way, expected to open higher by about 0.3% on the S&P as things stand. The Nasdaq, by the way, David, if it opens up 0.7, would put it just in positive territory again for the month.
Yeah, components of that reported earnings, at least, that we're keeping an eye on, certainly include the likes of Dell, Marvel as well. Dell is up in the pre-market this after it lifted full-year guidance, posted quarterly results that were above consensus. Server and networking revenue, said this earlier, up as much as 80%. Demand growth across AI, traditional servers. Marvel also raises guidance, as well as having a beat, at least of what analysts had anticipated, due to what it's calling AI demand. That stock, by the way, is amongst the biggest pre-market gainers on the Nasdaq at this point. I mean, Dell is, to a certain extent, is sort of that second tier of AI bellwether at this point, Wilfred. And they did have operating income $1.3 billion, non-GAAP operating income $2 billion, up 15%, 3% year over year. Diluted earnings per share of $1.17, non-GAAP diluted, and I'll get to that later on Mongo, because the differential, I like to focus on that sometimes, between non-GAAP and GAAP is enormous at some of these companies given stock-based comp. Coming back to Dell, though, generally you can see being responded to, at least in the pre-market. Of course, we get started trading 16 minutes from now positively.
Yeah, 80% revenue growth in the AI-related server growth. So as you're saying, for a second derivative part of this boom, it's really quite striking, the pace of growth there. They weren't yet seeing a rebound in some of their other more traditional hardware, the more traditional servers and PCs, but we're quite optimistic about the PC upgrade cycle to come. We'll see if that materializes. It's a sort of promise that never quite materializes.
We'll see. There's this idea that, of course, AI-related components and or whatever you want to call it, in terms of the ability of the PC to sort of respond in ways that it doesn't currently, that people believe will drive an upgrade cycle.
Yeah. And the two other little things that stood out for me in this, clearly this is a hardware company. It's not like there's a debate in the way that we've been having this week with NVIDIA that it's sort of hardware but with such innovation protecting it and software bolted on. But they did guide down the margin, and I think, you know, with such a AI exposed theme, they guided it down by 180 basis points. Of course, it is a different type of product. If you do want exposure to AI, this is a cheap stock. I mean, this is nothing compared to what you see for Marvell, which had a strong beat, as you said, high 40s, even more expensive than NVIDIA for next year's P. The Morgan Stanley note, price target 136 for Dell.
A lot of businesses can be fairly low margin business, and that's why you may not pay a high multiple.
Of course.
NVIDIA's got 75% operating margins. Pretty nice. AI momentum, though, they do say accelerated in the second quarter, and they have seen an increase in the number of enterprise customers buying AI solutions each quarter. That a quote from Jeff Clark, who runs Dell Technologies. All right, coming up, we'll have more. We got a lot of movers this morning, by the way. Also, we'll be talking Apple and NVIDIA. At least some reports have them investing as well in OpenAI. Let's walk on the street. We'll be right back.
819. Okay. Let's not have one of these.
A pair of tech titans are in the AI spotlight this morning. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Apple and NVIDIA, both in talks to invest in OpenAI. They, of course, would join Microsoft and Thrive Capital as well, part of a new fundraising round. It would value the ChatGPT company at above $100 billion. Of course, we had Deirdre with us yesterday, Wilf, discussing this as well. Such an interesting company, given its profit and non-profit arm, a lot of sort of questions around it to a certain extent, but nobody questions at least ChatGPT and its importance. And if you do get an Apple in there or an NVIDIA, that's just another layer of obviously incredibly important companies that are at least in some way tied into the ecosystem and the future of this company.
I always find it funny with these private investment rounds, exactly what we're saying when it's 100 billion. We need to know more of the details to know exactly what they're talking about. More so than ever with this company, as we know with the Microsoft brand, it's an exposure to their future profits as opposed to a formal stake in the company. But clearly, it's on the up. Microsoft would be above water based on their investment round, one way or another. What I think is really interesting here is whether any other AI developer will be looking
Alrighty.
at see this as a blow, because
Let me check it out. PCP price index month per month is
That would be very important,
double.
obviously, as we say, and give it potential prominence.
They did estimate 2, and it prior was 1. Personal spending, 5% versus 5%.
Other sorts of investments of this kind and sort of
Core PCE price index month per month, July equal.
buyers of NVIDIA chips, and there's this sort of love in here.
Price index year to year down 1/100th of a percent or whatever it is, 2.5. Well, estimated. Prior was equal. This estimate stuff, I don't ever look at that because it's not coming from me, and I don't know how to look it up, so I don't really give a crap.
You give me money, I'll be the customer here, and then you reinvest in my company.
So that just seems to me like everything's. Finch reaffirms USA double plus credit rating. Warns of growing debt burden. Duh. I don't believe that one frickin' bit. That's fuzzy. Not when we spent. Not when the interest. I mean, the interest we pay. Gosh. No, I'm not falling for that
I didn't
one.
articulate it well, but this was the last private round before it was about to IPO, and the bankers were about, oh, well, it was $100 billion, and now we're going to IPO 150. You'd have to look at it and take that with a massive pinch of salt, because it's everyone's
Good morning, YouTubers. Good morning, mannequins. Happy Friday. Good morning, Patrick. Adaluna. Andaluna. Johnny, good morning. Short day for me today. I'm expecting chop before the holiday weekend. Morning, Skunk Ape. Skunk Ape. Good morning, everybody else that's listening. Morning, room. Good morning to you. Black honey, huh? I wonder where Susan's been. She's probably getting in that move and everything, not have time for trading. I spilled coffee on myself this morning. That didn't make me too happy. It was cold, thank God. I'm thinking about getting out of these sweats. Put on some underwear. Whoa. Yeah, I got to get out of these things. Morning, Mike.
Take a look at the NASDAQ 100 pre-market gainers led by MongoDB, some 17-18% higher. Marvell, as we've already discussed, strong earnings report up 10.4%. Intel enjoying a nice bounce following some decent numbers from some of its rivals over the last couple of days, up 6.5%. Autodesk up 3.9%. Nvidia's having a decent bounce, 1.6% up in the pre-market. It ended up closing down quite sharply yesterday, having held up all right during most of the morning's trade. It was down 6 or 7% by the close. The NASDAQ itself expected to open up by 0.8%. All three of the indices are higher in the pre-market. We'll be back with the open in just a couple minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my coffee. Today I'm gonna do something that I haven't done all year. None of you will ever guess what it is. None of you. If you do, I'll give you $100. If anybody guess, unless somebody cheated on YouTube, let me see. Nope. You got 2 minutes to figure it out. What am I going to do today that I have not done all year long? Lose? I can't say that. I did that the other... Well, no, I didn't. I pulled it out yesterday. Again, got lucky. I mean, pulled it out as... Pulled it off, not out. How dare you? You talk like that again, you're fired. The only person who's going to know what I'm going to do next is Vegas until you all figure it out. You got 1 minute. Oh. Uh-oh, I got a problem. Oh, shit. Yeah, I do. Oh, boy. It's a good way to start the day. God darn it. Okay, well, I just... Where is it?
Welcome back. Been an interesting month of August as we wrap up the
I'm
trading
in
day.
trouble. I gotta
Gets
get
started
her.
about a minute from now. Of course, what we've seen, we're going to end potentially the month up on the broader markets with the S&P.
Yeah, this is going to be a... Yeah. I'm just going to have to leave it like that. Okay. I'm going to set an alert above 559.97, or no, I'm going to set it down here at the double bottom, right on the shoulder of this inverse head and shoulders at 560.35 on SPY. And then on the SPX, oh God, we're going to come back down to 56.12. That's too big of a spike. So set alert at 56.12 or a little bit higher. 56.13. 50. I think I'll start off with a put. And I'm not going to trade Mondays. I'm not going to sit on my hands. I'm not going to eat a steak. I am going to have a soda pop. My first one of the year. I'm ready. I got me a soda pop. I'm going to see how it affects me today. So I've got my keyboard's in a different position now. My keyboard table fell out. I got to figure out how to fix it this weekend. I still have the original desk that I started trading with 20 years ago. I don't want to buy a new desk yet, but I need to get a new one. Yeah, I don't drink soda pop. When I die, I'll say I went almost through life just drinking an average of 2 sodas a year all my whole entire life, except when I was a child. I watched all my family get diabetes, and I'm the only one that doesn't have it. All of them. All overweight. Okay, I'm looking at the puts here. Oh, there we go to the end. Maybe I can still put that mouse down here. That'll help out a lot. August 30th, the 562 strikes. I'll get 5 of them. Those are the calls. No, I won't. I got that backwards. I'll get the 560 puts. 560 puts at 95 cents. 560 puts at 95 cents, lotto. And put a tight stop on it. This is the SPY. Beach trade. Oh no, I got the 30th. Shit. Well, that's not the one I wanted, but I'd go the 29th. But that's not the date I wanted. So we'll get out of these. If it don't hold, I'll definitely get out of these if it doesn't break. And go to the next day. Go to Tuesday. I'd be looking at Tuesdays if I were you. Yeah, I shouldn't have got these, but we'll see here. Take it to at least to this 556. 56, 17, 51. But that was a boo-boo. I'm going to get stopped out here real fast. I got to move this around. Got 5 of them. I thought I was thinking about the SPX, so I'm not dead. Just down $50. I might get right out of these if this thing bounces right back up. SPX. Well, that was strange. Huh, I didn't know I could do that. End of month. The SPX. I even put these on the SPX. God damn, what am I doing? That's a good way to start the day. I bought the SPYs and okay. No. What an idiot. We got a 1, 2, 3, 4 resistance coming up. They can go a lot higher. We got 1, 2, 3 coming up, and we got a double top. This is on the SPY. Yep, I'm going to have to get out of this one. We're going to see here if we break it. If we break, I'll get out. If not, I'll hold on. Shit, Jim. I got to focus. Okay, I'm going to get ready to add on the other 5. And we'll take this to the bank. 75 cents. Average 85. NVIDIA broke resistance, and I got into a real heated debate with some so-called fundamental traders yesterday on the Trish Regan show. I said, you keep looking for your 75 bucks. I ain't gonna fall for that. They thought I was an idiot, more or less. Started asking me all this fundamental stuff, and I said, I don't really care. They must have read my blog yesterday. Okay, QQQ's edging up to resistance, and I got to SPY. See if this pulls back now. If it doesn't, I'm going to get it. I think we will. If we get back to the 200, back to the 63. So I got these at average of 85 cents. If we break below the 9, there's an inverted hammer, shooting star. It'd either go either way here. Shooting star would look better up here. You'd almost call it an inverted hammer. There's your doji. We've got Lulu on watch. Intel. I'm not trading Intel. I have such bad luck with that stock when I want to buy it. Update. Talks with investment bankers amid financial challenges. Well, that don't sound good. Nah, I ain't trading that. Okay, we're at 81. I'm going to try to get out even, or maybe if we get a little break here. I'm going to draw this upward snake. Just trade it the opposite. Support's going to be right here off the 63. If we don't hold the 21, then I'll get out of it. Hopefully. There we go. Now, it could reverse up here to the upside if it still wants to stay bullish, or you can get out now if you bought the dip with me here. But oh, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, take your putting. Take it. Take it. 96 cents. I'm out. Please, I'd accept a good grade on this trade. One, I fucked up. Oh, that's Intel. No, it ain't. What the heck's going on here, Jimbo? 102. Yeah. The 200 SMA. Now look at calls. Look at calls. The 562 strike. Nailed it. 562 strike. Oh, next date. I'm not taking that same. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. September 3rd. I'm going to get 563s. Damn. That was a big foul up right there. I've done that twice today, so I did not buy the same day again. No. This got an expansion pattern today. I'm going to bring it to this one right here. Well, we could pull back more. I'm going to draw in this expansion pattern. We'll take it right there. I'm not going to count this crap. Because see how it's lining up right there? So I have a 560-36 alert. I'm going to raise it up to the shoulder line of this head and shoulders. Now this is going to be an odd looking one because I'm not going to count that one either. I'm going to cheat today. So I'm going to be looking at the calls here. If we dip down here to the inverse head and shoulders with the expansion pattern. That was beautiful. I have to admit, for making a mistake. Magnificent, give me a grade, a good one. Yeah, I see the inverse head and shoulders. Okay, here we go. Here we go. You ready? We just triggered my support level. Where's the fucking... the 563 strike for September 3rd at 108. Now, hold your vaginas just in case. Tweezer bottom. Have a tight stop. These are the 563s for September 3rd at 108. Damn it, Jim, get it right. There's 118. 127. Make a business decision. We can go higher. Woo! Nailed it. Okay, get ready. Take your profit. This was a gift. 138 from 108. I'm out. I'm ready to go to the beach. I'm ready to go to the beach. I'm ready to go to the beach. Now give me another grade, please. I'm cooking today out at 138. I got company coming up the road. In a day or now or two, I'll be coming looking for you. Don't you ever say that about me again, Jimmy. Fuck yeah. You got a good job, franchise. I want you to tell your wife that I'm single. That's what I get. I'm going to treat myself today to a Coca-Cola. I'm having a good debate with a bunch of liberals on Facebook. One told me I had no morals because I believe in money. That's why I left their party. I can't stand them. I just can't stand them anymore. Well, there's a lot of things that's unusual, Patrick, in this market this year that's I've never seen in the 20 years that I've ever traded. They're really getting like CNBC's really getting involved in politics. They usually don't get this carried away with it. They want to keep this chick in here for some reason. They want us to get nuked, or they want to keep that war machine going, or something. Something strange. And they don't believe half the stuff that they come out and say. I would love to have a woman as president, but not this one. Man, I love that. 2 great trades today. $450 in a matter of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes. So we're going to let it consolidate now. It's made a statement to us. We're going to consolidate for the rest of the day. I don't think we're going to have a big, huge breakout. But we might. But I don't think so. Not with a 3-day holiday. And if I read what I read yesterday or heard yesterday about Ukraine shooting off drones in Russia, and then Russia attacking us in Syria. I think it was, I got to go back and look at it exactly. I didn't even check that Syria stuff out. We need Trump in there so he can just have a conversation with these people and stop all these wars. Wall Street would not like that, though. CF gives me an A+. That's what I feel like telling a Mustang. Money does make the world go around. It makes me live better. Okay, let's see my watch list and see where we are here today. I'm excited. I felt good this morning. Had a little extra step in my... Let's get out of this pump station. Dick's Sporting Goods is down 2.2%. They're going to play an Iron Condor September 1st, I think. So let's see what an Iron Condor is. DKS. September 6th. For next week, an Iron Condor is normal. Oh, God. Not this morning. At $2.10. Always clean. Jim's Massage Parlor. Would you like to come over and have a massage? Today we're offering 20% off. Only if you're naked. Took the first beach trade. Congratulations. Kevin on UPS. Tesla trying to break morning's highs. And I wanted to look at Lulu today. See, I was going to take Lulu this morning, but we'll wait on that. Tesla double topping right now. Beyond the Magnificent Seven. Oh God, here they go. Ford's taking a big write-off again. They're just CNBC pumping these trash companies now, trying to get their EVs. The only way, and they're worried about the supply chain. Now, this is what I like about Tesla. They have their own supply chain almost. So there's your double top right there. We hit it. We break it, we'll move higher. 209.81. That's going to be resistance. Support is going to be the pivot point right in here, somewhere in this here channel. We're going to call low support at 208.72. Mind you, I've done over 2 million charts, so I can look at a chart and more or less tell sometimes where they're going to go. This is a 1, 2, 3 breakout right now. Intel must have liked that news. That was a beautiful knife on the SPY. I have to really say I was a little worried, but I added on in perfect time. I don't think you could have done any better than you could have, but I don't think you could have done better on the timing of that add-on. I do not recommend anybody do it unless you have money to risk. And Florence, you got your ears on. Dell hit that support channel I told you about. Someone wanted to buy Dell yesterday, and I said, no, wait. You don't buy breakouts. You wait for them to pull back and then buy the breakout. Don't ever chase a breakout stock off earnings. Never do it. DKS is up $5. I just want to watch this trade today. In fact, I'll just copy and paste it so I can move on. I got it on my trading platform. I want to watch this trade here. Until you're familiar with your strategy, I would never suggest adding on. But if you learn how to do it, you can make a lot more money and a lot less losses. And I only trade stocks that are worth trading. When I do that, I won't penny stock. It's either I cut my loss or I get out of it. But it's got to be a good company with money in the pocket. Now, Microsoft, this guy didn't like Microsoft too much this morning. I mean, I got into a shouting match yesterday about NVIDIA. The guy, when one chick says, "I'm gonna wait until 75," and I said, "Well, you'll be waiting for a long time, honey." Well, the books say it's way overbought. It's worth $1 trillion, not $3. I said, okay. And then she called me a name or something, and I said, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to watch Trish. If you know who Trish Regan is, she's a perfect 10. Okay, now we got 3 black crows on Tesla. 3 black crows on Tesla. DKS is now at 225. It's up $15 a contract. This is what the trade looks like. It's called an iron condor. It's a call and a buy and a sell and same thing on the other side. It's up $15 a contract. And the trade was $2.10 when I looked at it on Dick's. Okay. I'm going to be watching. I don't know if I'm ready to trade Tesla yet, but I'm going to check it out here. I'm going to see. Tesla. SPY's at 142. I gotta fix this weekend or I'm gonna go nuts on my desk. I think I know how I want to do it. I haven't traded Tesla in a while, so I'm gonna give it a shot. September 6th, the 215 strike. I'll show you a trick here. You see this here? Do you see a pattern in there? 1 bits, 2 bits, 3 bits, 4 bits. A pay, okay, mama A. They were 275. Now they're 289. 1 of 2 bits, 3 bits, 4 bits. 1 bits, 2 bits, 3 bits, 4 bits. 3 white soldiers leading out of the gate. 3 black crows coming back to the plate. Off the 200 SMA. Oh, what a day. Let's get up here for a double top 1, 2, 3 at 211. A little bit under 211. All the other car companies are having issues right now, but Tesla. The only problem with Tesla, they're in China. And I just got 3 contracts. With 291. Got to watch his trade. Yeah, I'm a little leery of trading Tesla here lately because of the politics that are involved with him. I really am. One thing a CEO doesn't want to do is get involved in politics. And that's what he did. So we could get a pretty good knife. So I'm going to set a stop. I got 275 to 215 for the next week. Okay, get ready to set stop if this doesn't hold. Because we could drop back down to here. This ain't going to be a big number. And I think I'm going to stop out. We'll see if it holds at 50. Yeah, it's not looking good. The tape there. Okay, I'm about ready to get out of here. Let's see if this holds here. Could add 2 more, maybe 3. Be very careful with this trade. We get another crow, and that'll take you right down here to this inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, I'm not liking this. Real risky trade. Get out even now if you want. We got to break this resistance right here. Man, I can't get that Indian's voice out of my head. We got confronted Jake Paul yesterday. I'm going to see if I can imitate it. I worked on it all night long. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here to kick your ass. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. There we go. Okay, I'm going to get out of this trade. I don't trust it. Out. Come on. Get 179, 181. If we don't break it here, I'm going to get out. We got to break the 21 and the 9. Now the 9's getting ready to cross down over the 21, so that don't look too hot. If anybody's in this trade that I just called, know that you're in a risky trade here. We're just going to scalp it up a little bit. I don't think we can break out that much, but we'll see. And get out now. Come on, give me 190. There we go. I'm going to try to get 190 out of it. 290. Yeah, I think that was it. It's important that you got out of that thing right there. And then I'm going to run in the kitchen. Today at lunch, I'm going to have a beverage. I don't want to see if I can handle it. I can't stand soda. Once I saw it poured on a battery, I said, I ain't drinking that shit. We got a 1, 2, 3 coming up at the 63 on the SPX. I'd set an alert right above the 63 EMA. We got lower highs and lower lows. We need really to break down and handle this right here, and that'll bring us to a 1, 2 thribbits. I'm still in this here Tesla. I'm going to get out of it. I want 290, or I just get out of it. I don't want to trade this anymore. I'm going to trade the SPX. Damn, I missed it. Ugh. There it is. 291, 93, 95. Get it. Get out. Out at 296. Thank you very much. That's strike. That's 3 strikes to win. Yesterday I overtraded, and I ain't doing that shit no more. I even talked about it before I did it. I think it was someone in Zach's room said Jim's overtrading, and I respect that guy. Whoever said it, forgot his name. He's probably listening right now. Chalk another win for Washboardjim. $60. So that's 500 today. Weird if Tesla becomes a Trump stock. You know, it will. It'll fly if it becomes. There's reasons besides Elon endorsing Trump. The fact that he got shot was probably the biggest one. The UFC's going nuts over it. Anybody that sees what's happening and has any common sense. That was a setup, I guarantee it. Worse than Kennedy. They just had a punk try to do it. It'll be an excellent stock under Musk, under Trump. But the second reason I think he likes Trump is because he's a businessman. And the third reason is because he wants a little connection with Washington. Them tax credits. And Trump's got enough sense to know that you just can't go all electric. And then we'll stop the war on energy. That'll bring inflation down. We have an expansion pattern on Dell. I've got this alert set off. I'm going to Oh, I didn't draw that trend line. Need to draw a trend line here. Yeah, right to the 63. So this is a bull flag, mind you. I gotta go get some macaroni out of the refrigerator, freezer. Goulash for lunch today was salad. Okay, get ready, folks. SPX off the 63, or right now you can start your position. I'm going to wait. I don't want to overtrade. DKS is back to that 210. Oh, I keep thinking about that. What am I looking at? SPX. End of month. The 5640 strike. Now I'm yeah. The 5640 strike calls on a 1-2 bits and a freebie and a 1-2-3. What's that guy's? What's he saying? $5. Get ready, folks. $5. Damn, Jim, you're hot today. Okay, here it is. $5. Lotto. $56.40. A 1-2-3B. We can drop more. You dirty little whore. I just got one contract at $5, just in case we do pull back, because we got two other supports right here. This is just the first one. I'm playing this on a bull flag prediction off the 63 EMA off of a 1-2-3 bits. So I got 3 reasons to take this trade. Three reasons to take it. That's pretty good odds. What time is it? Oh, well, we got 35 minutes before Jimmy goes to lunch. Tight stop if we don't hold this. I'm going to add one right here. $5, $4.70. Fuck. Okay. I almost pushed that trigger for the 471. Just leave it alone for right now. I'll just wait a second. Because we could come back and hit this here 200. Just wait. I ain't going to add on yet. Here, let's see. I don't want to do that one. Right there. See here. Back to 5. It's depreciating a little bit. We want to try to get it back up to the 1, 2, 3 bits up here on the top. If you're not comfortable in this trade, please sell it. I should have grabbed another one at $4. I don't know why I didn't do it. I know why I didn't do it, because I thought it was going to come back a little bit. I wanted to get a lower price. Traders, Fed preferred inflation metric driving pre-market gains to U.S. equity futures. Fed preferred inflation metric looms. Well, one says looms. A little different headline. The problem with these two platforms, they're not trading in sync like they could. Oh my. I think this will be my last trade until I have lunch. That'll be 4 successful trades this morning. You see where I want to get out, YouTubers? 56.2706, or get out here even. I want to break it to this top 1, 2, 3 bits. We can pull back off this inverse head and shoulders and hold support. It's either going to break now or we're going to hit the shoulder line one more time. Yeah, this thing ain't appreciating like it should. It's still at $5. So if it breaks out, I'm going to get out of it. It can easily come back and retest this shoulder line one more time. Or go to the 1, 2 freebie. We're at 530. $540. Yeah, don't take too much time with this trade. Getting too close to lunch. I wish I'd have got that $4. I'd be out of it by now. Not enough conviction. Okay, here we go. There's your right shoulder. $460. Now let's shoot up. We got our second pullback that has to break out here, or I get out of it for sure. So I got 2 contracts at 480. There we go. 5,650. Okay, get out of it. 560, 580. $200. Yo. I don't mess around. I don't mess around. Anybody know how to count to 3? You can trade with me. Now, I showed you exactly how, but this was beautiful. The chart behaved like it should have. What do you mean behave like it should have? The conviction in the patterns. You had an inverse head and shoulders. It came back and touched for the second time, and I always say wait for that second time. I mean, I'm telling you that if it doesn't break out on that second pullback, you must just go ahead and get out of the trade. But I really liked how and you know your exit idea. 1, 2, 3, baby. A lot of people just look at it and go, duh. But I know how to count to 3. Roll, roll, roll. Roll on, doggy, roll on. Inverse head and shoulders. Where'd Mike go? Catch you later, Josh. You all see that on YouTube? Did you like that trade? I felt pretty confident in it because I had 3 reasons to take it. I just heard a funny funky noise. Probably my phone. They're at 620 now. Oh well. I don't know, 120 bucks I could have had. I'm okay with that. 630 now. Put on some, I got my muscle shirt on today. Look at them suckers. They're still there. I used to have this thing right here. That thing used to be, oh, probably about an inch higher. And the forearm used to be very solid. Then I had these lumps up here on the back of my shoulder. All because of my, oh God. 710, you son of a trick. 730, oh. Richard. Dadgum ya. 720 spank. 720 spank. James. Cockroach. Man. Can't look back. Oh, look at that knife. Oh, what a gift. I'm going for it again, my friend. I'm going for it again, my friend. Get ready. Get ready. Back in it to win it. Back in it to win it. 430. just one contract. I don't want to go overboard in case it knifes on me again. I can get a cheaper price. Oh, Mama, I'm excited. I'm almost out of breast milk. Oh, Mama, I'm excited. I'm almost out of breast milk. Tight stop. If it does pull back again, I'll get in one more only. Oh, I already put that in there. What comes around goes around, James. Oh, I forgot I was going to go to lunch. That might be over trading now. Okay, let's see here. Tight stop. I forgot at lunch. Where are you going to take it, Jim? Does anybody see a Head and Shoulders? Does anybody see a Head and Shoulders? That's your resistance line. Now it could stop short of it and still be a shoulder. So it needs to break this and run up to the 9. And that's where you want to go ahead and scale out or get out of the trade, because I'm getting ready to go to lunch. We got a real nice hammer right here, which is a bullish indicator off of one engulfing candle. Now we're getting ready to have here's the shoulder. Well, not shoulder, but this bull flag resistance. So you either get out now, run it up to the 9. I want to try to get $100 out of this. I just need $10 more. Just a little more. Profit. $530. Nailed it. Out. $560. Rundy. Brandy. Randy. Woot. Oh. Oh, yeah. It's the perfect trading strategy. The sneaky snake trading strategy, head and shoulder, nailed it. Perfect. You get out. That's a flag, man. Head and shoulders. Jim. Hey, check. This is Biden. I want 10%. I'm the big guy. What do you think about them wars I started? I made America look like a bunch of pussies, didn't I? Yeah. I got a coup going on against me. I need your help, Jim. Oh man, I love having blowout days like this. That's 5 trades. I don't want to overtrade, so I got 8 minutes before I go to lunch. And I never did get in there and pull out my spaghetti, so goulash. I do have some bean soup I could have, but I'd have to thaw it too. So we'll have a salad. A salad and bean soup. I wish I'd had me some beets. Man, that's not bad. I like that. I like that a lot. I got that from Trump. I like it a lot. Oh, here we go again. Jeez, another gift. We're going to move them up to 5630. Get ready, folks. 480. I'm going to grab. We're changing the contract here. I'm in 480. These are the 5630s. At 480. Another tight stop, folks. It can hit the 200. So keep that in your pants. Tight stop. Then here I'm going to get my second one now. Let's just... $420 time. Get one more here. That'll be less than $1,000 in the trade. 420 and 480. So I had conviction to get into the trade. I got two contracts. There's your big hammer. This is going to be nice. It's going to be a gift. Oh, mama, I'm excited. I'm almost out of breath. Oh, mama, I'm excited. I'm almost out. I'm going to have me a $3,000 or $4,000 day today if I keep this up. I got company coming up the road. In about a mile or two, I'll be coming after you. Got company coming up the road. We're gonna do it to it. I'm gonna do it to it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't even get out of my chair, man. It just had to happen to me. For mama. My average is $4.50. I really got to stop doing this. I hate making money all the time. It can be a bitch when it comes to the IRS and Brandon. Gap fill. He'll be calling soon. Say, Jim, can I have my 10%? I got 420. Uh-oh. Not now. I said not now. Don't argue with me. $5. I get out with 100. Break it. Blanket. 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 Break it. Break it. Blanket. Symmetrical flag, pennant flag with inverted. We should break out. I'm feeling pretty good about this trade. We can also pull back and hit the double bottom off the 200 SMA too. So we'll know within 2 minutes what this stock's going to do. So if you're in this trade, base your time limit up. You got to tell yourself, okay, we got a couple minutes left in this trade. If it doesn't break out, I'm going to get out. But I think we're going to break out. It's really not the best time of the day to be taking this trade because the fat cats and I were going to head to lunch. So we're going to know something within 2 minutes. That's a fact, Jack. $56.09.56 is your lowest possible support. So we know something now. It dropped, but let's just call this maybe a retest off the resistance. I'm not scared yet. I won't be scared until if it gets down here, I'll start to get a little shook up, maybe. Right now I'm down $100. Okay, this is it. It has to hold right here. And I'm not going to add no more. I just got 2 contracts. We'll keep it that. It's very important we hold this support though. I'm going to get up for a second. Today I'm going to have a first soda pop of the year celebration of my weight loss. I've never felt better in my life. Well, I have, but I mean, okay. I'm gonna get the stop ready. But I think we're gonna hold here. We'll come back up and break out of this here resistance. This is now a resistance. This right here, 56.1272. $56.1272. If we don't break it, I think we will, but we'll see here. I'll be right back. I got to urinate. I don't really want to urinate right now because I got to watch this trade. This could be deadly if it doesn't. We got a double bottom on SPX too. Oh shit, am I trading the SPX? Yeah, duh. I wasn't too smart, Jimmy. I'm all shook up. Okay, we're at 370. I'm still in this thing. I'm not giving up yet. But I got to do something smart. So far, we're still good. We didn't carry a body below the support line of 5609.56. I could have grabbed another one, but I don't want to put more money. I just want to keep this at 1,000. This is $900. I need to get my prostate checked. I'm getting a colonoscopy here in another month. Damn. Okay, let me think. Okay, we're definitely at a support level right here. So I'm not selling yet. I had my blood work done twice this year because I thought I had kidney issues, but I don't. I wanted to make sure I didn't have kidney issues. So we're at a complete double bottom here. Right now, oh God. Always clean janitorial. May I help you? Oh. Always clean janitorial. May I help you? Please. If Kamala Harris gets elected, I'm going to become a tranny. Okay, it's getting a pretty tough decision now. I'm gonna add one more right here. Let me see. Traders, Fed rates, inflation matrix. Inflation matrix, equity futures rise of pre-bell, and some data. Bitcoin rebounds to 59,000. That was yesterday's news. Okay, I'm going to get ready to add two more. Okay, let's see if we got her here. This is getting dangerous now. $2.75. So that brings me to 362. $363. I do need to get my prostate checked. Well, I don't know. I had her put her finger up my butt the other day. About 3 months ago. Okay, I'm gonna have to I might get stopped out here real soon because I ain't taking this down to $1. I didn't enjoy it this time. Her finger wasn't long enough. She had bitty hands. I told her, "Why don't you go stick your fist up there, baby?" She said, "No, I ain't gonna do that." Okay, I'm going to have to get out of this trade. It's getting weak. No, I'll just wait a little bit longer to my last support level. My last and final one. Now I'm down $400. Volume slowed down a lot, so I don't like that one bit. Quite a bit. And SPY also taking a slap. I should have walked away from, had my lunch. Well, if this doesn't hold 55.99.53, I think I'm going to surrender. Could be a big mistake too. Exactly. Tampon Jim. I could buy 4 more and that'd put me a little bit over the limit. That'd be $2,000 in the trade. 2,200. That would really bring that price down quite a bit if I got 4 of them. And that'd be 8. But right now I'm at my limit, so I'm just going to wait. I could get 1 more, and that'd be my limit, $1,500. But when I cost average down, it's double what I bought previous. I'm not getting the signal I need yet. One engulfing candle would do it. Would allow me the freedom to go in there and urinate. Plus I need to get my water. Prepare for this soda I'm going to have here in a little bit. Zero calories cola. And cheers to you, Warren Buffett. I'm going to have my first soda of the year. I remember in school we watched a movie where a Well, it was a Pepsi bottle or a Coke bottle fell out of the sky and hit a African on top of the head. Anybody remember that movie? I can't remember the name of it. This is my first environmental movie I ever watched in class. About Africa and some tribe. It's a Pepsi or a Coke fell out of the sky and hit him on top of the head. Okay, we got a fallen wedge in minutes. Damn it. Work. I'm a sucker for knives. Get my, I don't think I took potassium this morning. Damn. I think I'm going to get out of this. Traders Digest the Fed preferred inflation metric driving pre-market gains. Well, they must have liked it too much. Ooh, that hurt. Just hold it. Just wait. $55.90. My SPY's about to come back. We went through the pivot point area on the SPY. That's where today's pivot point was. $558.63. So if it breaks $558.63, I'm I'm holding on here. Kind of in trouble now. It's down 8, a little under 800. $800 right here. I'll be right back. I gotta take my phone with me in case we get another knife. You have a new notification. Labor Day celebration. Much better. Not much better, but better. We got to break out here or we're in trouble. Ready, set, go says it's ready. I'll be right back. Ooh. snake breakout. I'm going to chart this new snake up here. Let's see this first. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Man, I had that down perfect last night. I've almost bought 4 more at 150, and I'd be up a couple $100 right now. I mean, not up, but I'd be looking better. So we're going to draw this snake out. We broke out of the snake. We pulled back a little bit. So we'll see. I'm still in the trade. And get 2 resistance levels, right there and right here, 3 of them. That'd be get back up here. I'll be okay. SMCI is down $17. Coin is down 6 1/4. Mara back down. Carvana. CRM pump is down $3. Upstart down 40. We got Home Depot down 119 and Meta. And where's Apple? Yeah, this is getting boring. Dell pulled right back to my support level.
A steep 30% plus decline. But this is a stock that's been, downtrending now for the better part of the last decade. So, they've been in this defensive restructuring, kind of rebuild Intel. They win back market share phase for a long time. I think investors have just lost their patience, but maybe gaining some back today, just modestly up 9%.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. CEO Pat Gelsinger said at that Deutsche Bank Tech Conference, "We respect some of the skepticism we've received from the market. We believe we're up for the challenge." So let's see. Alex Coffey, thanks so much. It's time now for the disruptors. George Sillis, senior markets correspondent, is here with today's company, MongoDB. After releasing an impressive quarterly report, investors certainly seem impressed, up 16%. Walk us through the report, George.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the report, Caroline, it was actually really impressive for MongoDB, which, if you look at last quarter, their fiscal Q1, they actually reported some guidance that was a little bit slightly lower than estimates. The stock gap to the downside, and it was down about 22% for the full year prior to today's sort of reversal in price, and it was really a function of the company shoring up its earnings guidance and actually increasing it quite substantially relative to the expectations. Now, this is a very interesting company. We talk about, software infrastructure and database companies. That's essentially the roots of MongoDB.
It came right back to that support line.
Company relative to some of the other competitors like Datadog or even Snowflake is it's becoming.
Oh, I gotta look at snow. I ain't looked at snow in a while.
The general purpose enterprise software
Deadgum.
space, which competing and starting to
How long
encroach
it's
on
gonna
some of the
last?
market share
My
that
table.
includes behemoths out there that like SAP, Oracle, and even Microsoft. So I think that's quite a compelling value proposition for this particular company relative to some of those other respected peers. But overall, if you look at the report, the estimates for earnings were actually quite low. They were expecting to lose, their estimates were expected to be down 48% to 248 cents per share. They actually beat that number coming in at 70 cents. So that was still about 24% lower than the last quarter for the same quarter last year, which was 90 cents. And sales
Break
were
the 21.
beating the estimates coming in at 478 million versus the 469 million estimates. But one of the things you'll notice about the report is they actually guided slightly lower for next quarter's earnings, but they boosted their full year fiscal profitability or outlook, their EPS outlook, by close to 5%. And generally speaking, at least in my knowledge or history of looking at stocks, anytime a stock beats by a certain percent, you generally will see about 2 to 3 times that percent move in stock. So the guidance was actually higher by about 5%, and commensurate to that, you actually see the stock higher by close to 15 to 16%. But with that said, I think this is a reversal quarter, and effectively you're starting to see some of the analysts pick up based upon the better prospects for MongoDB in sales and earnings. Mizuho actually increased their target to 275 from 250. They do maintain a neutral rating on the name, while at the same time Bernstein actually increased their target slightly to 360 from 358. And they maintain a market perform on the stock.
Yeah, it seems like more buys than holds and very few sells here.
Brandy,
like 80% of
let's
analysts
do
are
it.
in the buy camp. Median price target now around 332. But given the fact that MongoDB is still down about, 30% year to date, walk us through an example trade for this name after this nice pop.
Yeah, so what we have to do is be constructive here because there's a constructive outlook on earnings and sales going forward, but the stock needs to make up a lot of room to put in a major trend reversal to the upside. But one of the things you'll notice is last quarter, back in late May, the stock gapped lower, and it ended up being in a trading range with the high around 274 and the low around 215. Now we're back.
Still a tough one, but we got snake
trading range. So what I'm going to do
breakout.
I think that the stock will essentially drift.
Pull back.
To slightly higher or slightly
We need the boom to the 200. Target's going to be the 200 SMA.
To enhance some yield or generate some
I don't know. I'm not for sure, though.
October, with about 49 days to expiration, I'm going to be selling the $270 cash secured put. Now, you can actually earn about $12 a share, essentially, on this position, or $1,200 a contract.
God.
So effectively, you can earn about 4.5% yield
MDB.
to the strike price in 49 days. Ideally, the stock should hold for this position $270, but your break even is down to $258 because you're earning $12 in premium. So essentially, if you're willing and able to take ownership of the shares at $270 with a $258 cost basis, you could essentially earn $1,200 to do that. And the sweet spot, of course, is having that premium erode to zero in the next 49 days. That'll only happen if the stock stays above 270. So I'm not expecting a big move higher. I'm expecting potentially a small retracement to the downside, but I think those levels of 274 may hold on the chart.
All right. We appreciate the trade and that breakdown. George Sillis, thanks so much.
George.
Coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. That's Marvell after reporting strong AI chip demand in its earnings report on Thursday. Our panel is ready to break down its earnings next on Trading 360.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to
Okay, I'm going to do my add-on.
no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7.
We're still kind of way early for lunch,
by phone, email, and
so I might just wait a little longer.
trade brilliantly with Schwab.
This is the right shoulder here.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to
Let's do
follow
it.
all
Fuck it.
the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends. All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's
Let's now
technology does
notice the
work.
1, 2,
So if I spot
3.
an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy
So if
those
we count to
stocks in
4, we
futures.
might make a little more.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes up to 25
I love that
stocks
guy.
in just a few clicks.
It's time to look forward
Find the next trend.
from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio
Thought
with
about getting
Schwab
4
Network.
more at 160 if I can get there.
He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
I'm going to go get my coffee ready.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time for the 360 round, and we're focusing on Marvell after reporting earnings last night. Shares are up 8% after better than expected
That's real
earnings.
good.
So let's bring in our panel to discuss. William Kerwin,
MRVL.
Morningstar, and Christopher Davis, partner at Hudson Value Partners. Great to have you both here with us, William and Christopher. William, let's start with you. Biggest takeaway from this report, because investors seem impressed, and they're not really usually all that impressed with earnings from Marvell.
Absolutely. It was a really positive report in our view. You know, the two main takeaways here are that one, AI revenue is going gangbusters. Marvell benefits from AI investment from its sales of optical connectivity chips, as well as a burgeoning, nascent custom accelerator portfolio. But then really B, that its other end markets outside of AI that have been weak for the past 4 or 5 quarters are starting to turn around. So all in, very positive. We ended up maintaining our $75 fair value estimate, and we now see shares as fairly valued.
All right, I want to come back to you with your price target, but first, Christopher, I want to give you a chance to weigh in on your takeaways from the results and also the outlook from Marvell.
Thank you. I think it's a good reminder that there's more to semiconductors than just NVIDIA, even though that's what gets all the attention. To me, what we touched on just there, I think it's the ASICs, those application-specific integrated circuits. That's really a very interesting thing to watch in Marvell and for the semi space in general. That, you know, as things get more specific and the computing gets more specific to all these different hyperscalers and cloud players, that there's going to be more of these really custom chips. Marvell's a big player in that, Broadcom's a big player in that, and I think it's just something to watch for the industry dynamics. We're not long the stock, but in such a dynamic space, it's important to take a look at all the different competitors and see what we can glean from them looking forward.
All right, so William, you said you maintained your $75 fair value estimate.
Go, baby, go. Break it.
Marvell is now trading up 8% at $75.53.
Now, this is an important resistance
and this
here.
is similar to a conversation I had with one of your colleagues about Dell, too, that he boosted.
Could get out of it almost even right now.
It's currently trading at that level now, so just not a lot of room to run. It's all priced in.
Ultimately, we do think it's priced in. You know, we saw some value to it coming into the earnings, and obviously, as you said, the stock has reacted nicely up to our fair value estimate there.
I got
this fits with our
plenty of these suckers too.
We were already expecting it to be a long-term winner in AI. That is still our view. We were expecting these other markets that have been a little bit weaker over the past year to turn around in the second half of this year. So we feel our thesis is playing out, and that's why we rested on our $75 fair value estimate.
Break it. Come on, baby.
Chris, you say there's more semis than just NVIDIA. You're not long Marvell, though. Would you still buy NVIDIA at current levels?
I think NVIDIA might be more of a hold for us at current levels. I think for us, when we think about the semi space, we really just want to listen to what the customers are saying. And it's quirky in that the biggest customers for NVIDIA and Marvell all report earlier in earnings season than the chip makers themselves. And when you listen to the Alphabet call or Microsoft call or Amazon call, they're all telling you that they're more concerned.
Damn, Jim, you keep going to that.
So for now, the tailwinds really seem to be with these companies, and the spending seems to be there, and the technological advancements are there. But one thing we always look at, just like Morningstar does, is the moat, the quality of the business, the franchise, the enduring factor of those earnings power over time. And it's important to remember with semiconductors.
It's important we break right here. I'm at 264.
They're in the right spot of the cycle for now, whether it's Marvell or NVIDIA. And for that, that's a great reason to keep holding the stocks.
I got a lot of contracts.
You have to listen very, very closely to any of those changes in spending, because investors do seem to be getting a little bit impatient with some of the hyperscaler spending that isn't necessarily paying off as much as Jensen Huang would tell you it is on the earnings call. You get a little dissonance when you listen to the chip makers that are selling it, and then the CFOs and analysts on the Alphabet call, for example, saying, where's the upside?
But Chris, any names in the chip space that you would buy right now versus just hold?
We're long Qualcomm. We think that's a viable name here, and we're also.
I'm giving a class on how to overtrade. Yes.
In the instrument space, more of a mid-cap name. So those are two that we like.
Okay, William, what are your top picks in this space that actually have room to run?
Yeah. My top pick in this space is actually going to be outside of AI. If we're talking about semiconductors, it's a name I've mentioned on this program before, but onsemi, still a name that we see as a long-term beneficiary from electric vehicles, renewable energy, and still one that we see as pretty nicely undervalued for investors. So that's one we'd be buying today. In terms of Marvell and its pure group of networking stocks, we think they look fairly valued. Not the most aggressively rich.
Who is this rookie?
But onsemi would be my top pick today.
All right, yeah, onsemi down about 7% year to date, so definitely more in the value.
See, I couldn't work at a firm because
William Kerwin of Morningstar, Christopher
they're fundamental
Davis, Hudson Value
traders.
Partners. Thank you both so much for your insights. Really appreciate it. And thank you for joining us on Trading 360. Download the free Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store.
Caroline, I love you.
Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Eastern for the watch list. But stay tuned because Fast Market is next.
Can I count your freckles? Please. We had the 9 crossed over the 21.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging with Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Oh, God. Really?
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job
Couldn't break it?
is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out.
I'll stop out if we get back down to 165.
How are you exploiting human weaknesses?
It could easily right there. Boom. Now we're going to find out.
It's great, but it's not a fixed formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data.
You certainly see patterns. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded.
We're in the sweet spot.
Or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've
Well, I'm at that stage.
over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
God. A human superpower, she said.
Market overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
Don't put her on here. Kathy Woods.
Away off with their heads.
AI feels controversial on
And she was a babe when she was younger.
Who's going crazy?
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock.
Larry, you suck.
one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
That's a good tasting coffee there. Oh no. Damn, I'm about ready to bite a bucket.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Tom White. We've got a great lineup for you today, including discussions and option strategies. We're going to take a look at NVIDIA post-earnings, which is down 6% yesterday. But
I'm going to have to go big time on this.
Meta Platforms, which is up about 10% so far this month, and just below all-time highs. And Lightfolio is going to cover consumer sentiment data in Netflix. Streaming stock is up today after another price target hike on an analyst. Now that we've had a look at the names we're going to cover, let's take a look at the major indices here. The S&P 500 up just under 0.2%. The Dow down about 70.
I'm going to end up putting $3,000 in this trade.
Russell 2000 lagging a little bit, down 0.15%. We've given up a lot of the gains that we saw earlier on in the session. But to help me break down this market action,
now I'm really going to find out if I'm good or not.
Correspondent here, KG, another fade in equity markets, and like I've been saying over the last week or so, it seems like we're starting to roll over a little bit, and it just seems there's no momentum to
double bottom on the day.
Yeah, we're just consolidating.
125. Anybody get 125, you might have a good bargain here.
The S&P 500, you start to question the fact that maybe we're not able to.
Fat cats.
Levels. And we see a little
he said it.
From that bounce back that we've seen over the last couple
he said
months.
it.
Now, one thing to just kind of note, when you're looking at breadth, it's still actually pretty good.
I'm sure he said fat cat.
Some of the major indexes, but we're still actually seeing around the 7 sectors that are still up on the session here today. The only ones that are really lagging is energy.
I got a lot of contracts.
Healthcare, and for the most part, energy is more of an OPEC story than anything. So once again, I think it's the mega cap names. NVIDIA had a nice little strong.
Got a lot of contracts here.
Has faded since, and we're just trying to round out the month. But if you're kind of looking at the monthly candle, I mean,
I could just keep scalping where I am at the bottom if I wanted to. It might be a good idea.
We have had buyers stepping in when we have these dips. So let's see how this is going to pan out.
But we'll see here if we get the double bottom right.
Continue to watch that. We still.
I got 194 now. I'm really kicking ass.
Gains for 3 of the 4
this is a bad spot.
Nasdaq's only up about 0.2%. The S&P 500 up about 1.4% so far this month. That'd be the 4th month in a row that we've had gains for the S&P 500. So we'll continue to watch these levels here as consolidation continues. But now let's bring on our next guest. It's going to be Joe Mazzola, head trading derivative strategist at Charles Schwab. Joe, give me your take here. As I told Kevin, it just seems like maybe consolidation, maybe a little bit of a rolling over where we've lost a little more.
It's my money and I need it now.
It's my money and I need it now.
It's my money and I need it now.
It's my money and I need it now. It's my money and I need it now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
I got a little over $3,000 in this trade. If you're in the trade at 125, get out. Now I need to break this and I'll be happy feet. I got a lot of contracts. I got 3,100 in the trade. I need 194. I got a lot of contracts. $190. Come on, baby. Do it. I can get out now. I should get out now, but I'm going to just wait. I'm going to try to count to 4 and get a little bit more. So if I go to the 200, I'll be making a couple grand, I think. We'll see. Probably about 1,200. I can get out now if I wanted to. We still got another hour and a half. Hour 20 minutes for the fat cats getting back. I still ain't had my lunch yet. Jimmy doesn't like it when he doesn't have his frickin' lunch. He gets nasty. We're going to get out of this shit. You got a lot of them? Right now I'm green. I'm green right now. I got more than I probably ever... I know I got a lot. I got 16 contracts. I should get out right now. Here's a 63. If we break it, it's an easy trip to number 4. We got 3 white soldiers, 6 of them actually with a hammer off that big engulfing candle with a double bottom. Snake, breakout, pull back, higher, low. It's still too early to... If we hold this resistance, go break it. $215. Come on, man! If we break this, I'll be one happy camper. Okay, this is an exit idea. If you're in the trade, but if we count to 4, we just might make a little bit more. This was number 3. It should have bounced right here, but it just knifed on us. Baby, go. Break. That was a nice engulfing right there on the 1 minute. That told us a little story, I think. We're at number 4. So if you're... Well, I lost 30 bucks real fast. I'm going to count that as number 4.
Out more as we move into.
You'll get my soup, and I'll be right back.
And then Q4. But as of right now, like I said, I think there's a bit of a disconnect between the bond market and the equity market. And typically, not always, but typically, the bond market's usually right.
Yeah, bond market. Go ahead, Kay.
Can I jump in there real quick, Joe? I want to kind of follow up. Let's accelerate that timeline because you brought up about a year and a half, right? Let's talk about the next 4 months. 100 basis points by the end of this year. Who's off sides? Is it the equity market or is it the fixed income market? Because you talk about the disconnect, and the disconnect is definitely priced in for the long term, but the immediate risk seems like there's a disconnect too. Maybe 25 basis points, give or take, maybe even 50. I want you to kind of get your thoughts on that just for the remainder of this year.
Yeah, sure. So if you do get a 100 basis point cut, that means there's a jumbo cut along the way. At some point, there's got to be a 50 basis points cut. I haven't heard anything from the Fed governors to make that assumption that there's a jumbo cut coming or priced in from their perspective. It's priced in the market, but it doesn't mean it's coming from their perspective. And I think, somebody's going to be disappointed. Either we're going to be disappointed that we don't get that extra cut, or we're going to be disappointed because we do get that extra cut because there's some economic softness that is, excuse me, that is coming up a little bit faster than maybe we had expected. So, if you do get those 100 basis point cuts, be careful what you wish for, because I think what that means is that there's probably softness in the near term. as opposed to that 12 to 18 months out.
Still get out even
The
here.
expectation for
I was down
50
$800
basis
bucks.
point cut about 32% according to
Or more than that.
FedWatch tool
Damn it.
KG. But when you look at this, you know, we haven't seen that deterioration that the market thought we were going to get. The recession that they expected to come late last year did never materialize. That's the good part of everything. But if this job market does keep cracking and next Friday's jobs report comes in below expectations, does that warrant a 50 basis point cut with all the other data? It's pretty decent.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you have to look at longer-term trends, especially if you're taking in data like the Fed. And right now, the longer-term trend, at least for this year, signifies that the labor market potentially is seeing some cracks. Now, we've seen some favorable data over the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks when it comes to initial claims, but I don't think that's going to be enough, especially on a high-frequency basis, in order to give the Fed confidence to kind of, being able to give the confidence that we're going to be able to do 50 and we have to just completely ramp up. I think right now they see what the trajectory is going to be, and then it's also about messaging too. We would be, I believe, the only major central bank out there that would initiate their cuts at 50 basis points. That doesn't signify that you have confidence in your market when your peers are doing 25. So I think that's one thing to note. You talk about the consumer, and I always love to preface this though. Consumer strength, as far as spending, I agree with. The quality of the spend, I'm concerned with. And so that's where I think there could be an issue down the road with what they're spending money. Yes, that's going to help top line growth when it comes to companies. But is the spending over leveraged where they're not going to be able to backfill that when it comes to wages and income, which are starting to basically plateau, and we are probably expecting that should contract. I think that's more of a concern that the Fed probably should be aware of here in the near term, that couples along with a weakness in the labor market. I'm not sure if, I don't know, you would have to have a really bad print. I'm talking 60,000, 50,000 jobs added, and then a revision of 40 to 55,000 jobs for the previous month for the Fed to probably kick in 50. It seems like it's going to be a very high bar.
Yeah, and we've heard that from a lot of these CEOs on the retail side, that they're seeing weakness from the consumer, minus maybe Walmart and a couple others also. But Joe, looking ahead to next week, we got jobs data, we got JOLTS, ADP, some ISM and PMI services and manufacturing data. Anything else sticking out to you here besides that jobs report?
I mean, it's mainly the jobs. I think, you talk about the PMIs. I think those are important just because we've seen the manufacturing data continue to contract. Actually came in a little bit lower than expected, and services is holding strong. And I think a lot of that services, services data.
That didn't do it. We went and touched back to the right shoulder.
Over the past year, the past 2 years, really, we've talked about this. It's been rolling recessions, and I think that kind of goes back to the thesis of, can you get out of this with a soft landing? If you've had rolling recessions along the way and you get rolling recoveries along the way. Now, we've had some head fakes, right? We saw manufacturing at one point kind of tick back up over that Maginot line above that 50 point before kind of rolling back. If you can get some recovery in manufacturing, get some recovery in housing, then I think that speaks about the If you can't get those, then I think that increases the probability of a hard landing somewhere down the road.
Yep, and soft landings are tough, as we all know. Hey, guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk NVIDIA. The chipmaker stock's up nearly 140% this year. But what's next? Post-earnings here for NVIDIA. Stick around. We're coming right back.
140%.
Programming alert.
Liar.
A talk show called Inside the Mind of a Trader is coming to Schwab Network in September, created and produced by Charles Schwab. It is a journey into the minds of people who trade brilliantly. Here's a look at what you can expect from that.
God.
The emotional
I ain't
aspect
trading
of
brilliantly.
trading is probably the hardest part, because at the end of the day, every single trader has had an experience where they may be up a lot.
Okay, I've had enough of your mouth. That wasn't brilliant. Orleans. Henry and me. Dean. Henry and me. It's not looking too good. What would have been smart maybe to sell them and buy them back again. Now the 9's crossing the 21, so that's not good. That's the bottom of that first crow. Let's see if it don't hold. If it don't, I'm going to get out it. That wasn't cool. Somebody got it at $59.98, $55.98. One. Yeah, how did it get that cheap there? 55.9807. 5 trades before that, it was at 55.9840. Somebody let somebody in their suite. They just don't. Back down again. Fudge. Now I'm down 960. Down 33%. Now we got all this fighting to do to get back above these moving averages, and it would take an engulfing candle. And if I saw that, I'd be probably happy. How in the hell are they getting him like that? That's $1 difference right in there. Somebody's getting a sweet deal. There's no rhythm in here at all. Okay, this is it. This is the bottom line. Now we got a triple bottom. Could put another 1,000 in it. Boy, this is it. Bottom line. NVDA. NVIDIA pulled back to it. Inverse head and shoulders and bounced up. SPY is back at support. Yesterday's low. Right there at the bottom. Might have to cut it. We still got another hour, 55 minutes, 55 minutes for the fat cats getting back. This guy could drop way down. That was a major support right there. There's nothing stopping it. Bam, knife. Well, that's just pure ugliness. The VIX is trying to show something can do it. Man, I could really load up here. I can double what I got on here, maybe. I don't know. This could be my big loss of the year. Let me see what this comes to. They bring me back to 127. How much do I got to add? 16 times 60. It'd be another grand. I put another grand in it. But I'd be full to do it right now. But man, that'd be one heck of a win if it reverses. We still got like 25, 50 more minutes before they return. If they return, we've got a 3-day weekend. IWM's at support. The QQQ's at support. The SPY is at support. Double bottom on SPY from yesterday's low. I'm going to stay in this thing. This in here is the only one that ain't holding up. Let me look at yesterday. Yeah, it went below yesterday's support. Not much. So let's just wait. I'm going to wait. $55.83. Yeah, just hold on a second, Jim. I can load another grand in here. We're way out of the money, though. That's my problem. Way out. Yep. I'm going to go for it. In fact, I probably should move my calls up. That's what Mike told me one time. Okay, I'm in $4,000 now. I'm only going because of that data low right there. If we get back down there, I'll just jump out. I'm down 50%. That's the limit. If anybody ever know, I heard that through a couple other people that trade. Oh shit, I don't want to hear that. Not right now. One of these days that thing's going to catch on fire. It's been a week now this thing's been out, and I can't stand it. I pay too much rent for it to be out like this. Let's see what we got average here. I got them in 2 different accounts. Breakout, baby. I'm going to have to definitely work on the over trading part. About 40 more minutes. Apple's got a new low. All the others are at support. I think it does. Come on, guys. I'm just a little bit down 50%. I need 127. This time I will get out. I was up there for a little bit. No, I should have took that. I was up $480. It's depreciating. SPY's moving up. a little bit. And the SPX, I got it right here. And I got the SPY right here. Watch this sucker run back up, and I'll be up a lot. I mean, we held support perfect. But, I mean, any lower than that, I'd have been doomed. I still am. My hands are sweaty. That's not good. I feel like I'm on my first date. Come around 2 o'clock. Yep. That's a little bit too far away. We really can't dip any more than this because it'll really hurt me. Still at my entry, 60. If I get down now, I'll be down for the day about 500. If I get out now for the day. It's time. Time for the old spice. I think if I get back up here to 560, I'll be looking pretty good. Yeah, I'll definitely be looking good. I mean, this is hard work right now for me. It's not usually this. That's SPY. Where's my SPX? Come on, bitch. Gain. I'm too far out of the money. So I got to have a big bounce. There's a resistance right there. So you can pull back to here. Yeah, this ain't doing much. This is an exit idea if you're about to dip. If I break that, that'll be nice. Let me put that price line across that resistance level. That's the new resistance, 55.94. That's the exit idea. There's 1, 2, 3. We broke that. We got 3 white soldiers. Now I'm at 80. Come on. A little more. I got a lot of money in this trade, so I got to be smart about this. Now, if this breaks, we're clean. If this breaks right here, we're clean. To either get out now and drink a big gulp. Randy, you think we're going to break higher? Tell me. Randy? Randy says yes. Where's Mike at? Where's Mike when you need him? $2 p.m. started early. Well, right now we're at a resistance. I can get out and then rescalp it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because this is going to be a hard resistance. Let's see where that takes me there. Yeah, see it? The triple bottom broke, and that now becomes a hard resistance, but I really love this extension right here. I think we can take it back up to the 200 EMA and get out of the trade. Because I got a lot more money than I need to have in a trade here. Let's see what. Right now I'm down 800. It's a lot better than it was. That would put me in the green for the day if I get out now. But this is a real hard resistance. Triple bottom. If we break it, it's a clean shot up there. And that will really be a good payday. I mean, a real good one. But I've been here before, and I didn't sell it. Okay, I gotta do another one. I gotta place something here. Or I'm gonna freak out. Break it.
World, the time has come to push that button. World, the time has come to push that button.
in mine. Make me happy. Make me feel fine. Tiny bubble. Make me warm all over. Feeling that I wanna love you till the end of time. About even I'm winning, I find the green. Break. Oh, come on, baby. No one more candle. You and me. Tiny bubble in wine. Make me happy. Make me feel fine. Tiny bubble. You warm all over. Feeling I'm gonna love you till the end of time. Tiny bubble. Mickey. Mickey Martineau. All the lucky. Bubble. Make me warm all over. The feeling I wanna love you till the end of time. Feeling I'm gonna love you. End of time. Smackdown Don Ho. I was fortunate to watch him in 2000. What was it? Live. I can't remember what year it was. We're even right now. See if I get another boost. I got $4,000 in this trade and I'm even, so I don't know what to do. I'm gonna hold. I mean, we've gone this far. Fuck it. We could get another bear attack come power hour. This could be my last chance. I don't like this here inverted hammer. I don't like that. But I do like that. This is the 200 EMA. It's my new exit idea. And if it got up to here, I'd be rich. It'd be about 170, maybe 180, $200. $75 a contract. Randy, should I get out here? Magnificent? Give me some good advice. I think I should. Because it's kind of taking its time. It'd be nice just to get this back above 130. This is the most I've ever had in. Da-loop, 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 da-loop. I tried to sell it at 140 and it didn't give it to me a little bit ago. This candle right here. That's a shooting. I mean, that's a bad. I'd rather seen that down here, but we'll see. I want to get out at the 200 EMA. So far, it's telling me it's okay. Just by looking at the candles. All besides that one. There we go. Fuck yeah. I'm just so far out of the money. That's my issue. Okay. We're stair-stepping. Now, I sell it now and we get a big pop. You watch. Watch it go to the 200. Don, when I become a tranny, can I come visit you? I'll bring the tampons. 160. 170. Okay, I'm getting ready to get out. $2. This could run another. Well, I'm not going to keep saying that shit. Oh my gosh, I'm happy. One happy person. I'm out of the trade. Unbelievable. Oh man, unbelievable. That was a very emotional 1.85. Man, that's a good trade. Well, I mean, it's a tough one, but unbelievable. Oh my. 32 contracts. That $70 a piece. Beautiful. It's going to pull back here. I might get back in this sucker again. $60 a contract. Can anybody guess? Oh. Time for a Coca-Cola. This has been one of the toughest trades. I mean, the last 2 weeks I've been stuck 3 different times. This one was the best. This was the best. I feel like I need to it's hard to believe. Did everybody get out okay? I was in calls. I got stuck in them. I was down almost, well, I was down 1,600, and I came out of it with 1,900. I think that's the bravest trade I've ever took in 20 years that I've traded. I know it is. And staying in it like I've been wanting to work in this, to stay in them longer. And that's my goal next year, is to really probably make about 5 million. I want to stay in my trades longer. That's my goal for next year. I just got to break that barrier. I'm good at holding back and waiting. This year has been a magnificent year when it comes to going back and looking at the previous day. I mean, look. This is going to be a learning lesson for all. I'll go. I mean, I'm like a healing person. Back in the day when someone would put their arm on somebody and heal them, like God, you know, like them. My energy drains, my body drains. I probably age, but I'm going through a lot of stress. When my fingers start to sweat and my butt crack starts to sweat, it's time to get a tampon. Here's 15-minute time frame. I'm so tickled. It's time to smile now. I don't think you ever get to see anybody do that live. So YouTubers, give me a high five on that. Someone grade me for discipline and courage. I went to the bottom of the wick. Oh, now look what I see. I see a snake. I see an inverse head and shoulders. I would have been a little bit more confident if I saw that, for sure. Yeah. I would have been a little bit more confident if I saw that 2 days ago. That's a double look. Left shoulder, right shoulder on the second shoulder. Actually, the third. And then draw this trend line here to that See what that brings us to. Oh, damn, man. Look at that. That's beautiful. We got triple bottom right here. Inverse head and shoulders. But I just looked at that candle right there. Went from to yesterday's low. Remember that. If you ever get stuck like I did. And I waited for so long to get that last one. I got in 4 different times. And that last one felt so much easier because it was only $600. I mean, more than that. It was $1,200 and something. My nephew got his phone back on. It does take a lot of kahunas to do that. You're right, Ken. But it also takes a lot of stress. Especially when you got people watching you. I get some soup. Thank you, my Indian friend. My best friend's in here right now. You got to watch that. I'm glad you did. Oh, yeah. If I just waited for that double bottom. Oh, I'm gonna go get me a cup of ice and have maybe my first Coke of the year. See if I can even take a sip of it. Probably will think it's real nasty. I'll be right back.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
80.
No politics, no noise. From bell to bell.
It's 83 degrees in here,
Available anytime.
and I'm used to. I like it around 77.
Schwab Network.
So I'm up 6 degrees more than I'm used to. My armpits.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for our Chartmaster segment. So joining me is our Chartmaster himself, Rick Ducat, to help us look at the technicals and crowd.
My first Coke of the year.
Halfway Class B share. So Rick, let's start off with CrowdStrike here, as this has been obviously a story of like the last month or so to watch. We've pulled back, but I've been amazed.
Cheers to y'all.
The degree in which we've been able to recover, at least in the month of August.
Yeah, that's a notable point you're making there.
I already smell the gases coming up from it.
We managed to rally back after the initial headaches that resulted from this whole situation here. But you can see it's pretty plain where things started to go wrong on this chart here. You can see we have a longer term upward sloping trend line here in blue.
Yeah.
That was breached.
I don't even know if I had one last year. Might be 2 years since I've had a Coke.
You know, the pain continued for quite a while. We bottomed out just below 201, and you can see very heavy volume during this whole downswing here. Things have kind of moderated.
I'm done with it.
Bit, though. We've managed to kind of fight our way back up. We're above our yellow 21-day EMA once again. We're above our purple 62-day EMA. Still, the 63-day EMA in orange there is the holdout yet. And really, we haven't made it that close back to where we were initially when things stopped, but much better than where we were a couple weeks ago, or rather a few weeks ago here. And we do also have earnings coming up very shortly too, so perhaps that could, give us a catalyst to the upside here if you're bullish in this name. But definitely a tough chart here. Certainly not out of the woods yet, Jenny.
Yeah, and I would say I was looking, I think, at like the five-day chart, which looked the most optimistic. But now, as far as momentum here, what are you seeing with RSI?
RSI is pretty interesting because we had a downward slope in the RSI here before we even had the drop off here. We saw, a brief entry into that overbought area as price was near those highs, those intraday yearly highs of 398.33, but momentum was slowing down. You can see we were kind of grinding sideways here for the most part, which is exhibited in the momentum kind of drifting downward here. And when we had our big drop off, it's no big surprise that we made our way pretty convincingly into the oversold area. But now we've managed to kind of claw our way back out of that area. We have invalidated that downward trend line that's kind of come back into play more recently here. And you can see now we've managed to push our way back above the 50 midline on the RSI that separates bullish and bearish momentum here. However, our upward trend line has been broken here as well as in price. So momentum interrupted, price kind of moving sideways once again here. Not really able to crack above this red line here. That was the high point after we had a small gap down near 285. We've tested it twice in the past couple days and failed both times here. So momentum kind of presenting a mixed picture, maybe slightly more geared toward the upside.
Well,
So, okay, maybe seeing some. I know we're a ways away from any sort of like.
I've had probably one of my biggest days that I've had in 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. $3,200 up. 1,219.60. Mm. 3160 altogether. Yippers. Hello.
I was doing about your vents.
No, it's the air conditioner story. It's still the same story.
Oh, okay. Because you got one in here for vents. And it was them. Yeah, your vents for your air come out of it?
No.
You said it was hot in the bathroom.
That thing right there, they gave me that thing right there to use as air conditioner. My air conditioner's out.
Okay.
It's out. It's 83 degrees in here. So when I turn that thing on, it just shoots out just as much hot air as it does cold air.
Is it okay if I take a look at it?
Yeah.
This is.
But I don't want to use it anymore because it dries up all the oxygen in here. when I was having a hard time breathing.
Is this a dehumidifier?
It's an air conditioner, they said.
This ain't no air conditioner. Goddamn man. I don't know. This
So,
don't look
yeah,
like no air
it just
conditioner.
shoots out the hot air inside.
Oh, yes it is. This is air conditioner.
So I just don't want to. I'm just going to leave it like it is until they come and get that new air conditioner in. They're going to get a new air conditioner to put in here.
Okay.
Now listen to this
Yeah,
thing.
P-Tech unit. Yeah, this is air
Listen to this, brother. I'm going to just turn it on for a second, but they've got my. It's all about the air conditioner, so let them know that. And I've been a week. Listen to it kick in here in a second. You are a good luck charm, Joe. Yeah. It's not very low. I don't want to let it catch on fire.
So they're going to place it.
Yeah, that's the computer. But it's been a week. And I just, this thing, we'll leave it here until that guy gets back.
Do you have it on the right settings?
I had it on, we turned it on, it just blows out a bunch of hot air. On the back side, I mean, whatever comes out, it's good.
Oh, yeah, but that's the way they do because it converts.
It's still hot air.
Hot air.
It's hot in here.
Because they supposed to have a thing on there that blows the air out.
I thought I put it right in the door. I'm just gonna leave it next week, I can deal with this. It's gonna be rough. We talked about it.
I talked about it with you.
Yeah, we talked about it, we gotta decide how to do it. I'll just suffer with it, just let them know that's the problem.
Okay, all right. I didn't. Do you want a window unit?
Huh?
Do you want a window unit?
No, I'm gonna do, I don't want a window unit.
Do
It's
you
just
want me
too
to take
much
this
noise.
out?
Huh?
You want me to take this out or leave it?
Just leave it here for that other guy to come pick it up when they come and do the replacement.
Okay. All right.
I might have the nerve to put it back on again, but.
Yeah,
It just
you
shoots,
gonna.
I mean, it gets hotter and stuffy in here and I can't hardly breathe. With this thing running. I had a headache yesterday.
Yeah, because he's supposed to have a pipe running that hot air outside.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Can I get you a pipe for it? But yeah, yeah.
We'll just leave the things the way they are.
Okay. All right.
I'm getting used to this. I can deal with a little bit of sweat. You know, people don't sweat no more, right?
Yeah.
You probably do.
Yeah. Not really. Not that much. I don't be out in the sun that much.
You don't need to.
All right, sir. You have a good one. Well, if anything else we can do for you, let us know.
Well, I do appreciate you.
All right.
Thanks
So,
for,
I'll
thanks for,
just-
thanks for telling me I'm a movie star.
Oh no, you, you remember who I said you look like?
Gene Hackman?
Yeah, Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch that movie?
Oh, yeah.
Did you?
I like him. He's funny. He's a good one.
Oh,
He's a good actor. He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites too. All right, so you have.
Tell them it's all about the air conditioner. They know that.
Okay.
It's an emergency alert they have on their, in their,
No.
they're just waiting for it to come in, I guess.
Okay, so
But bring it to their attention.
I'll just close this, put the description in there.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. You have a good one.
Yep. Oh, my tea. Now you make my tea sit too long. Well, that's gonna suck. My last bit of green oolong tea, coconut style. I can drink oolong tea over that Pepsi, man. That sucked. I'll never drink another soda in my entire life. Okay, Randy. Get ready, buddy. I'm ready to take us to the moon. I'm going to move my calls up. I'm going to grab one at 5610. We're at the 50 SMA. I'm going to look at them first. I ain't get them jump right in. That racket can really drive you nuts, if you know what I mean, especially when you're in trouble. It's been a whole week now. I'm getting really upset about this. I paid way too much money to... This is a nice apartment. Okay, I'm going to move back. The guy that come in here, he's black. We're talking about sweating. He brought up, well, he don't get out in the sun much, and I said, you don't have to. You're dark as dark could be. I like black people. I like good black people. I don't like bad ones. Just like white people, Chinese, Asian. Like I said, I ain't met a bad Indian yet. I will tell them that. I'll tell them I'll steal all their tampons if they don't lower my rent. I can't tell you how stressed I was on that trade. You can probably hear it and watch it. I'm 63. I can still handle stress. A lot of people couldn't handle it, probably. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Magnificent. Bad time of the day. I had 32 contracts. Not 70. I went in 5 different times. Oh, there was a fart. I'm back to normal. I held that fart all that time. Where's the tampons? I'm going to tell them I want my rent. Tesla running. Bounce off that support I called there. Yep. Now look at that. Now, do I dare look at this sucker now? God, look at those 5610s, Randy. No, no, I don't need that. Oh, it's damn. Tell me it still works. Oh, thank you, Corey. Everything's falling apart. I'm watching these babies. I don't even know if I want to trade anymore after that. I mean, damn, Tesla. I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry. Next week's 215 strikes are now at 360. So I left $75 on the table. Not bad. Not bad. Wow. I'm very persistent. Fat cats are back. Oh shit. Now I'm really in trouble. Okay, I see what I gotta do. I gotta screw that in. I might do that right now. Get this thing back to working here. I think I will. I'm gonna do some woodworking. Okay, let me see if I got a screw. Give me a few moments. Ouch. That's too big of a hole. Oh yeah. Now things are back to normal. Better than ever. Okay. Okay. We're getting ready for a double bottom now. Got an inverse head and shoulders here. Let's go through my watch list. You put you in your place, Naked Boxer? Is that the one I took? Well, there's some real fundamental triggers that are stuck on calling a pullback on the video. Right now we're above my support channel. We did kind of break support today. One of your own? Well, I took 2 calls to swing it on earnings and didn't work out. I lost every bit of it. You could have, oh yeah, yep. Did you see that Indian boxer confront Jake? I thought it was real cute. I really liked this Indian guy. Should be in here on video. Oh, jail. Jail. I love it when he says
hey
this.
Hey guys, it's Haley and John with Family Center Farm and Home, and our Labor Day sale is running right now.
Go ahead, Jake Ford. I'm the man of my word. Come to daddy. I'm here.
I'm here. There it is.
I'm here in your gym, man.
I'm here.
You don't want to fight, though. Hey, abuse. You don't want to fight, bro. You abusing your You don't want to fight, buddy. What? You using translate application, right? And you abusing in Indian language? Now abuse.
Listen, brother, you can't handle a little shit talk?
Your
Blah,
feelings
blah,
are
blah.
hurt?
I don't understand.
Your
I
feelings
don't
are hurt?
understand.
Did I hurt your feelings?
No, you hurt.
Did I hurt your feelings?
Yeah, check.
It feels a little.
Hey, no, it's not little. It's a jigra.
Listen, brother, fuck you three times,
It's called
brother.
punjad parle mera. Punjad parle.
Punja parlay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Punjad parle.
Listen to me, brother.
I respect you. I respect you. Don't. Please. I respect you.
I respect you for showing up man to man.
I'm also
But you don't
respecting
want to fight.
I never.
I'm hell.
I never abuse you.
want to fight.
I never.
Whoa,
abuse you.
whoa.
I never
You
abuse
don't
you.
want to fight.
I never.
I watched that over and over and over again. I'm hell. I'm hell. Come to whoop your ass. Yeah, Jake would. Over and over again. I'm here. I'm here. Well, whoever that guy is, all right, I got to watch him fight a few fights. Because I have a lot of respect for him now. I mean, I couldn't go up to Jake and say that. Not now. I couldn't probably back when I was in my prime. I couldn't do it. I would have, maybe, but I don't know. I don't think so. He's a little bit bigger than me. I'd probably get squashed. Mike, you missed one of the best trades I ever took in my whole entire life.
Nothing for you.
Uh-oh, did you hear that, my Indian friend? He said, no soup for you. Yeah, the SPX. I was down 1,600. I come close to cutting my losses many a times. I said, nope. I'll wait for the next support. So now we got a triple bottom on the 1 hour. So I'm going to set an alert just a little bit above that triple bottom to catch my attention if it ever hits that again. And I'm going to type in triple bottom on the hour. Be sure to take notes when you do these calls. I'm here. I'm here. Okay, if NVIDIA breaks above the 200, I'll take the trade. Oh, that's NVIDIA. Never mind. SPX breaks the 200, I'll take the trade. Well, no, I won't either, because we got a triple top. Damn, right shoulder, second time. I wasn't paying attention. I would have took that. I would have took that. Now we got a three-day weekend coming up. Fat cats, this is the time of day where you'd think we'd call puts. Got two-headed shoulder. I would have took that trade. Definitely would have took that trade if I was watching it. I had to listen to my Indian friend.
Growing their sales by 20%, which is pretty good. But if you look at the sales ratios, they generated about $292 million of sales last year, but they lost $280 million in losses. So you basically have a net income that's negative 90% of your total sales. So they've got efficiency issues, and I think that's certainly something they can address. And then the other thing is, generally speaking, I'm not saying all the time, the best moves in stocks aren't necessarily when they are profitable. It's generally speaking about 4 quarters before they become profitable. Now, if you look at C3 AI, they're not expected to produce any profits for this year, their fiscal year 2025, which is what they're reporting coming up for Q1. 2026 are also expected to lose money, but they're not expected to achieve adjusted profitability until 2027. So they're already about 8 quarters away from profitability. And generally, like I said, if you're about 4 quarters towards profitability, that's when it starts to pick up in terms of some analyst expectations that may be higher, and the price action might move higher. So it seems to be there's a lot of inefficiencies that I see in their business. And just because they've got AI in the
Amazon was the one yesterday.
A profitable business, and that's not been the case for AI as a company, but it has been for Palantir. That's why I'm saying that we talk about that name, and it's actually
Amazon looks good.
All-time highs to a rough degree, not just today.
Broke out in a way.
Palantir has that very large DoD or government public sector revenue that it generates, but also has been growing its private sector business, and it's growing.
Oh, Palantir, what is that? PLTR?
I mean, it seems that it might even be cheaper for a name like Microsoft or Amazon, of these companies, just to research some of this stuff on their own and build out these platforms. But we'll find out in time. Feels like a lot has to go right for a C3 AI to be a real winner. But it has been a good, performer in general over the years. But we'll leave it there.
That was a trip.
Senior markets correspondent for the Schwab Network. That's going to do it for Jenny and myself. I'm off next week, so I'll see you guys on September 9th. Coming up next is the watch list. Caroline Woods stepping in for Nicole Petalides. Have a great weekend.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the next formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data.
You certainly see patterns. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways, as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
market overtime on the Schwab network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
What is the deal with all the commercials today? Don't make me have to listen to CNBC. I'll have to hurt somebody. IWM bounced off that support, created an inverse head and shoulders. It needs to break the 200. QQQ bounced up off that support. You saw me trade the SPX off that support. And the SPY also bounced up off that support. I called Apple out a little bit ago. We got a triple bottom on Apple. The kid stock AMC. I really get pissed off at this kid. I really do. I mean, I'm about fed up with him. But I still watch him. I'm just trying to teach him a lesson. But he keeps pumping AMC. Look at this stock. He's done this for almost a year. I'm just so fed up with him. Turning all these people onto this stock. It ain't done shit. It had one good run on it. He's been in this for 7 to 8 months now. Been talking about it probably from about $10. I don't know. I started running into him when it was right about 8. I said, don't be pumping this stock, man. It's worthless. It's too far in debt. So he brings up Taylor Swift. Then he brings up the popcorn. Then he brings up this Cohen guy. Then he brings up the roaring kitty litter. Eventually, it's going to pop. But he keeps saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, every video, and these kids still follow him. I watched him get 4,000 followers just pumping this stock. He's kind of convincing, and those kind of the traders, I'm going to show you what this kid is, and not to follow people like this. He's persistent, that's for sure.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ab.
I don't care who you are. His name's Mikey.
Adam Ferrari, and I am the CEO of Phoenix Capital Group.
Hey,
I
Adam.
look forward to you joining.
So it was a bloody day in the stock market, but from my eyes, I am seeing this as a huge opportunity, especially for AMC and GME stock. But before I do get into why I see it like that, make sure to go down and subscribe if you guys are new to the channel, because I do update you guys on AMC and GME stock every single day. So today, AMC closed down 5% at $4.74. There was a decent amount of volume, almost 11 million shares traded, and after hours right now we're trading at $4.78. So I'm not saying this is the bottom. We can possibly go lower over the next couple of days, but I would definitely be taking advantage of this discount. I still do believe the third run is going to happen. We did hit a low of $4.71.
8 months. I believe it's going to happen 8 months later.
And I really do believe the volume
and it's dropped 50%.
higher today because, you know, people are still loading
And
up
it dropped 75, 80% at one time. He's still saying the same thing.
on AMC stock. This is just a discount at the end of the day. GameStop did close below.
Jimmy says, he starts off with laughter. Stop pumping this stock. You're not doing yourself a favor. GME is trash. AMC is not a roller coaster. He called it a rolling coaster. It's been a bottomless pit. I put a clown face on there, Magoo face. You said the same thing on earnings. You're back on the popcorn kick. You even need you ever need a one-on-one, I'll do it for free. Make you a ton of cash. One day you'll get what you want. Good luck. I will buy when it is ready. A lot better places to put your money. And someone gave me a thumbs up. You got 2.5 views on this.
$20 today at $19.90, down 4%. And the
And tomorrow, the day after, it was down another 6%. Yeah, he'll learn the hard way. I told him, you're not doing yourself a favor, man. But look at this. If you type in AMC, here, let's not do that one. If you type in AMC, there's a bunch of people pumping it. This one says it's insolvent. Insolvent's good. Millions to be made. AMC Hammer. Games of Roaring Kitties Mimi trade explained. AMC and GME, huge squeeze incoming. Buckle up for the whatever. Alex teaches you 3 steps, $8.4 million. Well, that ain't on AMC. Retail and situations not selling AMC shares, yet price is dropping. Fraud and manipulation. So he's pumping it. AMC stock, the collapse. He got some sense. AIM stock's about to squeeze. Victory laps coming for AMC. I won't trade it. It's too far in debt. And I did call the GME bottom. Boom, baby. Double bottom. Did I not tell you? Perfect double bottom. The resistance is going to be right there. One more candle to the upside, and it could break out. Okay. See you later, Yoko. I'll tell you where AMC would be a good buy, though. He's right about the pullback. I think it's going to come down more, but it's got so many people pumping it. 427 would be my guess. If not, start a position right there at 462. And maybe back to 520, 540. If you're lucky, 550, 560. So you get $1 a share. That's how I'd trade it. I'd set my alert right here. Let's do that now. I'm surprised that kid ain't blocked me yet. It's not the first message I've gave him. This one's probably the harshest one. He put that video out, and then it tanked on him. Man, what a trade. Okay. Walmart. They were pumping Walmart. Where's it at? I don't see it on here. Florence asked me about Dell yesterday, and I told her to wait for the pullback. We had right to the T. Yeah, Walmart got a new high off earnings here. Recession stock. And McDonald's, which I don't eat at. I took one sip of that Coke and threw it away. A sip. I'm so proud. Coke's doing good. God. That's a hell of a run. I almost feel like shorting it. Warren Buffett celebrates his 94th birthday with 1 trillion market cap milestone. Jeffrey raises Coca-Cola price to $73. I might just short the sucker just because I can't stand the drink. See you next week, Naked Boxer. There she goes, double top on SPX. Profit, scale out. I'm getting out. I'm scaling out of SPX. Double top, double bottom. Double top. Double bottom. Double top. SPX about to break the 123. It looks like it did. I sold. Now it's at 530. CRM was a pump. Here's one that, see, I'm telling you, here's another great example. I mean, I really like to get this point across. So we had earnings. They were great earnings. Top of the line. So it breaks out. And then what happens? Ouch. Ouch. We got a fallen wedge today. This could probably break out. But the 3-day rule comes into effect. So come in Tuesday, I bet you this thing's up. Maybe it'll pull back a little bit more, but man, let me look at the calls. I might grab just one for the weekend. See if they're expensive. It had great earnings. So next week, I like the 260 strike, or just get one at the 155 strike for 230. I feeling I got a booger in here. I'm here, Jake. I'm a man of my word. Kind of insinuating that Jake wasn't. Remove drawing. My darling, oh my darling, my darling. 2.25, and I got 2 contracts. Oh. Ep. I don't know if that's a word or not. I don't think it is. Okay, you idiot. Oh, you stupid. I'm going to have to stop drinking that tea because it's got way too much caffeine. I love that tea. I'm here. Mm-mm. Do 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 do. Okay, we'll see how that baby goes. Robert Duran is one of your favorite soldiers. He's one of mine too. Well, I have to say Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, and George Foreman were my classics. And today's fighters, I like Paul Ryan, and definitely like what's his name, Davis. I like Strickland. Looks like CRM's getting ready to squeeze. We'll know here in about 2 minutes. I'm going to hold this. I've got just 2 contracts. We get back to the 257 to today's high. Tiny bubbles. Oh boy. It's going to be a long... I'll probably do a couple video lessons this weekend. Probably a couple chart patterns. Like the falling wedge is one of my favorite. Inverse head and shoulders, I'll do one of them. Double top, double bottom. I don't even want to look at them calls now. But I'm going to. Jimmy's happy. They're at 155. So I did good. Oh no. Yeah. I did real good.
Long time, and so sort of seeing a return to the platforms, if you will.
So what's behind the growth?
Well, we think part of it has to do with some newer exchanges gaining share with the void that FTX left behind, and I think partially it's also as the prices rebounded from previous lows, maybe people are more encouraged to get back into it, and there's an ETF now. So I just think there's a lot of momentum in the space, and so we're seeing that, I think, helping to drive this growth.
Yeah, I was curious how correlated it is to the price of Bitcoin. Is it that all of these users are driving the price of Bitcoin higher, or the price of Bitcoin driving higher is encouraging all of this
It's probably
usage?
a bit circular, but I think that like for the average person, not a professional investor, probably seeing the surge in price encourages them to get on these platforms, see what it's about. And there have been newer platforms that have come up, like Bybit, and they have gained a lot of share as well. So, and we've seen some growth in advertising from some of the platforms, which I think is also helping to drive the growth. And it's sort of circular, right? Then you get the increase in price once people start transacting.
So put that 30% jump in monthly active users into perspective for us. How does that compare to years past?
Yeah, so monthly active users fell during the crypto winter as expected, right? So they were really low and then sort of stayed at that kind of slow growth rate until this past year, which was the first time we saw a big surge in the monthly active users and in downloads. So the surge in downloads suggests new users to these platforms or new people to crypto. I think only like 5% of the global population is involved in crypto or probably even knows what it is. So that is a huge surge, over 100% in download growth for the group, particularly the newer ones like Bybit and stuff, which has grown.
Now, I know for a fact that 65 to 68% of Americans are deficient on potassium. So the next time you go get your blood checked or whatever, ask your doctor about your potassium level, especially if you have high blood pressure.
Volume of trading of crypto, but there
Or weak bones, or
those platforms have the lowest engagement rate. So that's another way that we could look to see people's interest, right? Like this average cohort that we looked at had people spending about 10 minutes per week on these apps. But then something like a Coinbase would only be 4. So that kind of makes sense why they'd be spending more to advertise to get people to come to those platforms.
That actually surprised me. The time that people are spending on these apps to me seems pretty low. Is 10 minutes? I mean, 10 minutes is at the high end, though. So that was the Binance and Bybit.
Yeah.
But less than 4 minutes a day for Coinbase, Kraken.
Well, it's an average. So I think it depends on.
You're just making the trade and then
You're
getting
making the trade and getting out. I don't know how much time people are spending looking around and doing things. Because on a lot of apps, even to think of something like an Amazon where you're shopping, people probably spend 20 minutes. per week per session on average, right? So.
Oh, I know what I said to that chick yesterday.
Very little, but then you have to add it up and say like people might be opening it.
Oh shit! I'm gonna say something to this chick.
And then doing it again and then deciding to make a transaction, right? So we count every single time that's open at the session and every period is time. So when you get that average, that's how you get.
That makes much more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pam, how you been, baby? Pam, answer the phone.
Hello?
Yeah, is this Pam?
Hi,
Hey.
good afternoon. This is Phoebe. How have you been so far?
Huh? Is this Pam?
I'm calling to let you know that the government is giving a subsidy to pay your bills without any cost to you. I just have to check a couple things to confirm your eligibility.
Can you tell
May
me?
I know if
Can
you
you?
already have any government or state provided health coverage like Medicaid or Medicare?
Yeah, can you tell me your name first?
All right, well, this is a call from Affordable Care Services to check if you're getting the best health care support. The AC benefits have recently been updated in our special enrollment. We are offering dental, vision, hearing, prescription, and we can help you save more money on your current insurance plan. Our benefit specialist will answer all your questions.
If
I just need to check your basic eligibility first.
if Kamala,
Do you currently have Medicaid or Medicare?
if Kamala gets elected, I'll need a sex operation.
Okay. I apologize. I will just put your number in our do not call list. Thank you for your time. Take care.
You racist?
Or traders on our network should be based on this data.
I just think that like we are in an upswing based on our data in this space after sort of a quiet period after the decline that we saw a couple of years ago. So now I think we're
I take
on
a
the
supplement.
upswing, and we're seeing very large amount of download and active user growth, and we'll probably continue to see engagement go up as people get back into it. So that's kind of how I would direct it. I can't say anything about the price of the different assets, but I would say that definitely we are seeing more activity, which we would suggest correlates to the monthly active users that those platforms are seeing themselves, right? The longer someone and more frequently someone's on any platform, the more likely they're actually to convert and to make a transaction, right?
Interesting. So no signs of slowing down.
Not at the moment.
All right.
Yeah.
Seema, thanks so much
Thank
for
you for
sharing your
having me.
insights. Really appreciate it. That's Seema Shah of Sensor Tower. All right, still ahead, we'll bring in our panel to discuss the state of the U.S. consumer and what increasing optimism means for months ahead. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Neil, how's my favorite client?
Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab?
Choices?
Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full-service wealth management, advice, and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
Gotta run, Carl.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news.
We're at 239 on my CRMs.
Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. The Fed's preferred inflation gauge and the July consumer sentiment print are giving us a look at the state of the U.S. consumer. For some insights into what it means for the market, let's bring in our panel. Rebecca Walzer is president of Walzer Wealth Management, and Ed Yoon is partner of Grayspace, co-founder of Category.
You know how much money that would have been?
Rebecca, so good to have you here. Rebecca, you're here with me at the desk, so let's start with you. And before we actually get
Randy.
into the consumer and this PCE print, I want to ask you about the market because I was taking a look at your notes and you say investors should brace for disruption. Tell me how this disruption could play out.
Yeah, well, obviously, we're looking at Germany with recession, depression-level manufacturing. They have they have a lot of energy problems that they stopped with the nuclear and everything. So when you see what's happened in China, what's happening in Japan, what's happening in Germany, because we're the official
Randy.
currency of the world, we can export our inflation, but eventually it will catch up to us. So as we see the East, Europe,
So I got out at 197. I mean, I got lucky there for sure, but another $50 times 32. Randy. Times 32. That'd have been another 1,600. Randy. You had him at 95? Oh. Jimmy was right. I feel so good about that trade, though. I really do, no matter how much I left on the table. But 1,600, I'd have had a $5,000 day. And I'd had a $120,000 day the other day. If I just held all those calls. And I had 32 of these. But it didn't run up no $2,000. Who minds? 7 minutes to power hour. 7 minutes to power hour. Sexual abuse in Uber or Lyft. Financial compensation may be possible for survivors or assaulted by an Uber or Lyft rideshare driver. Well, if Kamala Harris gets elected, I'll be a tranny, and I know I will get harassed and maybe raped by an Uber driver, because the women love that. Anybody been assaulted in Uber driver? Mike? Oh, Josh probably has. CNBC. Excuse me. Been spitting up a lot of plaque. I don't know what's going on there. Probably cleaned out my lungs. I mean, I felt good this morning. Had a lot of hop in my step. I think it has something to do with that potassium. Get my blood pressure down. You had 210 calls? What? Oh, had them 210 calls. Oh. Well, you talked yourself into fast scalps, Randy. It's the safest way to go, right? Okay. Profit is profit. That's right. This could have been one of my biggest weeks ever. But I ain't gonna go back on that trade at all. And then today's trade was really putting icing on the cake. I was in trouble on that big one, and I got out with $400 a contract, and then it runs up to $2,200. That would have been a nice gift. 60 contracts. I just keep proving myself. I mean, the golden rule is to not do what I did today. Sit there and just watch it drop. But I'm glad I sat there and watched it drop. I'll get off this here channel today and I'll be excited. It's Power Hour. Anthony.
But the case that I've argued is that you probably don't want that to happen. We probably don't want to have an emergency cut. So the fact you're getting now that little tail flipping back upwards on the 10-year kind of looks like we could be set for a sharp move back into the 4s if next week's employment number goes well. Maybe that's why we're not going anywhere. Maybe when everybody thinks it's NVIDIA plus GDP that's going to be the major catalyst to break you out of the range, that's when you fade it. Kudos to our own Jenny Horner, basically said the move for NVIDIA was probably to fade the vol this week, and that turned out to basically be true again. NVIDIA's like glued at $120, so perhaps then the bond move has to wait until next week as well. Perhaps the range for stocks has to wait next week. Maybe that's what it should have been all along. I missed it. I thought it was going to be NVIDIA plus GDP to break us out of the range. It doesn't look like we're getting there unless we really ramp up or really drop off into the close, but that kind of seems unlikely on a holiday weekend Friday. So, sorry, I was thinking that we would get some action this week. It was fun. We had fun news, and there were some ups and downs. A few takeaways from stocks that matter is that value companies are generally performing better than growth since July 10th. That's the
I'd like to tell him something, but he
started to get rotation in the market. First it failed, but then it came back here over the last 3
You're kind of loud today, man.
Look at the value performance, SPYV, since July 10th. That was the first light CPI print that basically got the whole ball rolling.
This is what I'd like to tell this guy.
And the whole rotation in markets, it's been volatile, but
This is, if I was to analyze the SPX, this is what I'd say. Hello, this is Washboardjim, the analyzer of SPX. I am a Hello, my name's Washboardjim. I am programmed to receive. I'm an operator of AI, and I'm willing to talk about the SPX. The SPX is nearing a double top after recovering from 3 black holes. Come in 3 white soldiers, which is racist. Brought it past resistance this week. We're going to draw a resistance line. We just hit resistance at 6564192. We did not break that 564192, which we could pull back and hit the 9 EMA next week. But we'll have a pit stop at 556971. I'm looking to see that hold. And we did pull back to that this week. As I pull up the weekly, I am again programmed to receive. I am an AI operator. I work for Schwab. So if I pull this back to the daily, yearly, we do have a double top resistance at 566967. We bounced off the 9 today on the daily, and we held it up all week. So if we don't hold the 9 EMA on the daily, we could fall back and hit the 21, which would be a lower support level of, we're going to put that price line in here right now. Again, I am programmed to receive. I'm an operator of AI. I work for Schwab at 554507. They've not taught me how to smile, but they have taught me how to crack a fart. Resistance to break this coming week, if we decided to run, will be 564192 to a double top of 566967. I don't expect a lot of stuff yet. We are almost 67 days until the election before we become a communist country. I do believe the election will be stolen again by these commies. I am programmed to receive. I am a product of AI. I work for Schwab. As you look at today's approach on the 1 minute time frame, we did hit yesterday's low and bounced off of it. We created an inverse head and shoulders, and we're trying to do a 1, 2, 3 at the top into close. Again, resistance to break next week will be 564192 with an all-time high of 6564695. Have a great day. I'm Washboardjim. I'm AI, and I work for Schwab. Did you like that, Randy? I made sure that I had no emotion. You waited a long time? Hey, there be Uber drivers on the YouTube channel. Not nice? Oh, I think there's a Uber driver in the room. Okay. Magnificent. Did I do a good job AI-ing? I did. Very good. I've had a lot of practice with all these crank phone calls. The woman wouldn't answer if her name was Pam. Pam, I am. I'm very impressed with that trade now that I look at it. I got to keep looking. I got to go back and keep in mind about the previous day lows. I really do. And we could hit that again and have a triple bottom come Tuesday. and just then have the big breakout. We could have a real big day on Tuesday, especially if we pull back and hit that support level. I might talk about this trade today on YouTube just to kind of give them an idea of a double bottom from the previous day low, what to look for. Because we've done that quite a bit this year. Florence liked it. Florence said I did an excellent job doing AI. It made me laugh. Good job, Mustang. Oh, did I swear something? Josh, that'll be $5 to my Patreon account. I think I'm going to have a swear jar and Patreon in here.
Actually, like some quite bad numbers that followed that got the flip the switch, the script from like the lowering the interest rates and everything being great to recession.
Totally.
Yeah.
That was the last NFP.
Right. That lasted for like 4 days. And then ever since then, we've been kind of crawling back in the right direction. So I think this is for real. I think this is the beginning of a multi-year period where small cap companies should outperform. I think the economy's in good shape. I think inflation's under control, and I think interest rates are going to come down faster than people think. So we're very optimistic.
Okay, taking those things one piece at a time. Firstly, which is that the bounce back, to your point, has been stronger in this category, in this cohort, than it has been in the Mag 7. That seems to be like a pretty big message that growth probably has peaked in other trade if investors would prefer to be in stocks more attached to the economy, right? Like this is a more economic trade.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's not just what's a safe stock to own because it's got momentum and going up. It's what companies are going to be doing better and what represents value in today's market. So I think that that's exactly what's going on.
It's basically like for like 6 months we only wanted.
Oh, God. What a mistake.
Does that mean I should have...
I do like that guy. He's about the only one I like on this show. And Joe.
I do. And I
Becky.
think there are political reasons, there are financial reasons.
God, they're talking about politics.
Intel can come out.
Goodbye.
Companies that are doing well, that have businesses that are well and are demonstrating that.
Is there generally like a base level metric? Like what's the highest ranking metric in your inputs? Is it consistency of cash flow? Does it have to be like profitability? Because that would then eliminate a pretty big swath of like nascent up and coming businesses.
Yeah, at North Star we do screen, and we screen out companies that aren't making money, and we screen out companies that aren't growing.
Okay.
So, like, I mean, basically that would be the two big ones. We like companies where their return on invested capital is high and steady, and have good balance sheets. But number one, they have to be growing.
Got a nice snake on
All right, this is my favorite part.
Dominoes.
All right. Let's talk some stocks.
All right.
One that we're following up on from a previous discussion that became all the rage is Sphere, SPHR, which of course is
double
the
top
biggest,
on
experience,
Adobe.
right?
Yeah, so
Got support.
one thing we think is
let me go through these.
Themes, we think
I'm going to go through these. I'm going to call these out one by one as fast as I can. using the 90-day, 1 hour time frame. I'll try not to be AI this time. We got Domino's Pizza. Nice little setup right now. Looks to me like we had a big pullback on earnings. Earnings are going to come out in another month and a half. It looks like a good little snake. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. We got cost, double top, pullback. I'd like to see 870.79 of the 200 SMA. Adobe, double top. I'd like to see it pull back to 555.32. Home Depot definitely pulled back to support off the triple top break. This is the second time it's pulled back to that spot. Pawn, PANW. I don't like trading this that much. Morgan Stanley. We're at a shoulder line of a Head and Shoulders. Not there yet. I'm here, Jake. Target. We could pull back to 150. I'm going to set an alert right there. This is a Target. Someone asked me about Target the other day, and I said, wait. I'd wait a little longer. It had great earnings again. See, I'm telling you, I really got to make this clear to people. Just because you get a big pop-off earnings, 9 out of 10 times you short it, you might win. So I'd take the Fibonacci, and I'd run it from right here to the bottom of that candle, that breakout, and we're way below support. So I think we could pull back and hit this 200. This is target. So I don't have too much faith in this stock, but no, I called the very bottom of it and traded it and got out a long time ago. We got Carvana, but that's a nice little setup. Carvana's got a shoulder line of a Head and Shoulders. It could be tradable from here. I'd keep an eye on Carvana. Now, if it starts getting to be hard times again, Carvana might run up because they're not selling them EV cars like they like. People are going to have to start getting some new cars because it's been a while. So I'd watch this one here. Definitely a strong buy at 143.86, but it's holding up support right now. Now I'm using the low volume. I don't know why I'm doing this. Shop could pull back to around 69.72. I gotta get my water. There we go. Ooh. M&M. This looks like a good trade. For some reason, I got the Fibonacci extensions already up 400 and some percent. So it's about to resistance right now. This has had a good run. Had a lot of controversy during COVID. Boeing just gets worse and worse and worse. Now they did run this up to 180 and we pulled back. I'd wait for 170, a little under 170. 170.81. The Donald's under 20 bucks. It's not making me any money. Every time it pops, it drops. Starbucks. We got Love. Airlines. Double top. Support channel off the Darvis box. Resistance 28. Man, that ain't much. You could probably drop more than that. That's definitely support for the first support. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's check out the volume highs. SPY. PLTR has been in the news a lot. Mara down 29 cents. Amazon. Great run. Man, I'm tired. I'm going to take a little nap when I get done here. I heard him talking today about the lower the interest rates, you'd want to look for stocks that are do better with lower interest rates. RDFN, can you check this? RDFN. We definitely pulled back to support right now on the hour. So I would set an alert at 890 for your first alert to pull back. Salary needed for U.S. starter homes keep rising. This is a mortgage stock. Redfin. I've never quite heard of that much. This is at a parabolic run. So I'd take it from there to that. Fibonacci. Yeah. It's either 866 or 890. I'm going to set the other one right here at the 50% pullback. And that I'm going to do it off this here top right here. So 871 will be your 871 to 890 is your first support. I wouldn't take the trade until it broke resistance, and that's at 968. So that'll be, I'd wait on it. Because you already hit resistance here and it pulled back. So I'd wait for 890 to 871 and see if it holds. If not, 839 for a strong buy. And I'm going to put this, I'll send this privately to you. Don't chase. Not with a 3-day weekend, I would not chase this sucker. There's your supports.
Year going up to 240. Next year, 240 is kind of at the prior peak levels in 2021 or so. So that's a pretty nice growth year over year. Keep in mind, I think there are two things going in your favor. Number one, obviously, is the fact that for the last couple of years, units have been coming down because if you look at next year compared to the last big cycle is in 2021. It's a 3-year replacement or so. The 2025 unit should grow. And then you layer on top of it AI, they should have a pretty good refresh cycle in 2025 for the iPhone.
Okay, so at this point, we should assume that some of this is very real then, or is Apple too expensive based on not knowing for sure yet?
It's too expensive.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say it's expensive. I mean, the valuation is always up for debate with Apple, especially, depending on how we look at it. But we do think that it's like, this is upside from stocks. I wouldn't call it
See, this is
very expensive or any such thing.
I was watching Trish Regan, and she congratulated somebody for buying Disney. Well, we kind of jumped in on her on that one. I should tell her Disney was too woke for me to even think about trading it. They get rid of Bob Iger, I might. She's one of them swing traders. Y'all know who she is? Trish Regan. She's probably one of the most beautifulest women I've ever met. Go, Spy, go, mannequin. Sophie, when I have a chance, I'll look at Sophie. I got 3 supports on Sophie. I had someone else in the room want to ask me about charting this one up. So that first pullback was there off the 50 and 65 EMA, so that's kind of at a support level. If that doesn't hold, I'd be looking at this 200 SMA down here on the 1 hour time frame for that bottom support, maybe right around the 755 area. That's where I'd set my alert. If it doesn't bounce off this, but I think it would pull back some. Sophie's a hard one to trade. It's had a rough time. Every time someone calls this out almost, it dips on them. But I know one thing. A while back, a millionaire used to buy it right around the 750 area. But that's been, that's been a while. So I'm going to set an alert right at 760 for Sophie. And just see if it pulls back to that. If the 9 crosses down over the 21 on the hour, you'll definitely come back down here. They just had news, I think. The stock may be rising after the U.S. Supreme Court declined to revive the Biden administration student debt relief plan. So that was hurting that stock because Biden was giving all them loans out, free loans. Oh, I don't want that one. What the hell are you doing here? What are you doing? Oh. The stock may be rising after the U.S. Supreme Court declined to revive the Biden administration student debt relief plan. The Supreme Court told them not to do it. So they're going. The socialists went ahead and done it anyway. That's not democracy. I think democracy would be abiding by the Supreme Court. So every time they say that word, it makes me want to punch them in the nose. I think it's great that they're doing it, but I wish I would have got my check. I worked 2 jobs to pay my loan back. For 3 years, I worked an extra job just to pay that stupid loan back. So I wasn't too happy about that. Pick and choose so they can buy votes. Just what they're doing with the illegal immigrants. They want to give the illegal immigrants a $150,000 loan, $30,000 to buy a house, and they've not even paid a tax in this country yet. That's another thing that's got up my crack. That's not democracy. So yeah. Let me see here. Yeah, this is definitely a solid support, but I'm going to wait for this alert to hit, see if I can catch it off that 200. I mean, that's a real good spot right in there. I'd say so. It's kind of whatever I got this from. Let's go back a little farther. No, I'm going to use the 90-day 1 hour. Ah, there it is right there on the 4. Yeah. Oh, man, I tell you what, yeah, I'd wait for that. I'd wait for that. If you're in the trade, I don't think I'd add on until it fell back down here to 750, somewhere in there, 755. And see if it held that position. I think that millionaire was getting down in here right around the 668 or somewhere around there. Intel had great news today, and it'll pull back for a better buy, but I ain't trading it. SPX, man, look at that. Randy, God, that thing would have paid off big. Oh my God. Can I explain something? $2. This really, okay, just calm down. $2 times 32. Oh. Okay. Yeah. $2 I left on the table times 32 is $6,400 I left on the table, and I was happy to get 1960. Can you imagine holding on to them contracts? So 6,400 plus 1960 would have been $8,360. How much was it in college in 1919? $60 a dozen. Oh. You didn't need that 10 grand? Yeah, I didn't miss the dip. I missed the second dip. I graduated from SPX. Said I ain't trading it no more today. But oh God, look at that. That's such a beautiful chart. I got 20 more minutes. You have a stop at 779? I'd almost wait. I don't know. Are you green on it? I think you could hit 760. That's only 19 cents away. I'd go a little bit below 770. Well, 779. You got a channel of support right here at 774. So I'd lower it to 774 if you have it at 779. Maybe a penny lower than that. It's a tough one. Sophie's a tough one to trade. I know a lot of people that's had a hard time with this one. They call it out thinking it's going to break and it doesn't. That old boy from Canada, I like the guy, but not from Canada, but from the UK. I haven't seen him pop up on my YouTube lately. I can't remember his name. Let's see if I can find it. See if he's talking about Sophie. He's a banker. Kathy Woods. Kathy Woods is in it. There he is. Sophie's not over. Felix and Friends. Let's see if he's done a video on it here lately, and I'll turn you on to this guy. It says it's not over. No, he ain't talked about it. Here's one 2 weeks ago. So I'll let you have this video here. He came out with this video a couple weeks ago. He's had 31K views on it. He's a good follow. He's an honest chap. It's exhausting. I sit there and watch that thing go up like that, and $6,400. I called it. That's the problem. I did say it. I mean, I sat here and said we could double top. I'm going to go microwave this shot of coffee and I'll be right back. I got some espresso here. Might just go for a walk after I take my nap. Anybody else got a stock?
SoFi's financial.
YouTubers, anybody else got a stock they want me to look at? I use the supplements. Right now I'm taking cellulate magnesium. It also helps you with your stool. Some of them do. Affirm. Affirm was in the news. Earnings, I think. Resistance on the yearly candlestick on Affirm. I'll give you that right now. Right at 49.31. Write that down, Kevin. 39.41. Pull up that yearly candle. Then we're going to go to the weekly. Here, let's clean this up. So that first resistance level is right there, 49.58. That's a little high, but that'll work. Then we're going to go to the weekly or the monthly. Same spot, double top at 49.58. I'm going to lower, I'll leave it right there. Go to the weekly. Same resistance, 49.58. That's three. And then you got the 200 right here at 47.08 on the weekly. And then you got this resistance right here. Those are your three resistance levels. Now we're going to go to the daily. I'm not seeing where I can draw. I could draw one right here, but I ain't going to do it. So we got a gap. I'd say if it pulled back, it'd be 39.30 for the solid support to hold. And that'll still stay bullish. Then your next support level will be right here at 41.54. So I set my alert right above 41.54. You got a gap. So that's a gap. We went through the gap. Right there. To right there. That's a gap. And that's where we are right now, where we're closed today. So I'd set an alert at 41.54 and just see it support there. Yeah, I'd set it there above 41.54 to hold, if not 39.24 to buy, strong buy, with a resistance to break at 44.67. Then you got another gap right here. Yeah. 44.67 to break. And we hit that today. If you break that, then you'll take it to 47.08 and 49.58 for a hard resistance. And if anything happens, it knifes, I'd be looking at the 200 SMA on the daily for sure. No questions, ifs, ands, or buts. I like how it pulled back here. It broke out and held that previous candle right there. I'd almost think it would stop there. Whoops. I might get on here for a couple hours this weekend and talk stocks. Have everybody just ask me about a stock of their favorite. Especially if you're a rookie. So 39.24 for low support. And 44.67 to break. You're welcome. God damn it. I mean, darn it. Now I'm really upset. Oh my gosh. $1,500? 1,400 times 32? You gotta be... Almost 50,000 on that trade. That I was so... Oh... $50,000 on a $4,000 investment. Oh. I left $170,000 on the table this week. Oh my God. How much tax money I saved. Ah, darn it. Man, this has been one of the most emotional days I've ever had, and I'm surprised I ain't broke down crying yet. This, when you get to become a great trader, And you can handle that kind of emotion. I mean, I bought that sucker at the very bottom. $0.60 a contract, $60 a contract. They run to 1,500, 1,400. I mean, that's just tears you up in a way. You understand now, Randy, why I want to hold them longer? I know you gave me you gave me a little lesson this week, and it helped. And I ain't gonna give you a hard time about it all, because it's a learning experience. You didn't give a hard time. You just gave me a reminder, a simple reminder. But I've left so much money on the table. I mean, not counting this week, for the whole entire trading career. But I think this could have been one of my biggest weeks ever that I left money on the table. Because I've never had, 60 contracts, 32 contracts. I mean, that's 3 times more than I put in a stock when I'm in trouble. When I'm in real trouble, up $3,000 is my limit. Get them at 95. Oh no, I don't even want to look. Oh damn, 21. There you go. I had another. Oh God. That's all right. I was happy to get 1960. Okay, 32 times. I'm going to do the math. I just got to know this answer. $32 times 2,200 equals 70,000 on a $4,000 investment. Well, you did say it was going to go higher, and I believed you, and I held on. So thank you very much. Nothing wrong with leaving the runner. I wish everyone a fantastic Friday and happy Labor Day. Your hard work and dedication, Jim, make a significant impact, and you earned this time to enjoy. So here's a restful, happy Labor Day weekend. Is it time? Thank you. Boom, baby. Okay. I think I have to say I've had a pretty good week. Also, even I've had a lot of tough trades, that's for sure. But every trade I got stuck in, all but one, and I made it back at the end of the day on that SPX. And if I'd have held that trade, oh gosh, that'd been 60 contracts. That'd have been $120,000 a day. Today would have been a 70, 80, 75,000. But I walked away with 30-some hundred, so I'm satisfied with that. I mean, that's a good day for me. It takes me all week to get that. Beautiful really is really just more or less getting over that emotion. I was really stressed out today because it was my third, get stuck in a week. I think a week. A lot of people expected a big pullback today, and we got that, but we also got a nice rebound at the end of the day. Remember to look at them previous day lows, pull up the 5-day, 5-minute, 5-day, 15-minute, 5-day, 30-minute, and look at them, see if there's any difference in the candles. But today was a beautiful day for calling a bottom. If I just would, you don't know if it's going to pull back all the way to that yesterday's daily low. So I started jumping in them when I thought we had a good support, and And I did smart by adding on 16 more contracts at 60 cents. That really made a big difference in my game. Just that alone, by the end of the day, would have netted me 16,000. Just them 16. So yeah, that's why I like trading the SPX and the SPY. I mean, I've traded them every day for the last 2 years, 2.5 years straight, every single day. And to me, it's the easiest stock to trade out there. On the 1 minute. Because you never know what's going to happen on a single stock, what kind of news it's going to get, the bias. At least that bias is in a bigger fund, like the SPY and the SPX and the IWM and the QQQ. One of them stocks you love could pull back big time, but it might not hurt that indice. But I'm feeling real good. It was been a rough day. It's very emotional. It's embarrassing sometimes when you stay in a stock and, people just don't like to see that because they've been told not to do that, not to cost average down. But you people on YouTube, you people in the room have seen it so many times where I do cost average down, and I always come out a winner 99.9% of the time. I didn't know that. I didn't learn that until I started trading with Miss Vegas. And it took her years, and I still wouldn't pay attention to her. Because I didn't like taking losses, and I'd get out and I'd buy the dip, and I'd get out again and buy another dip on the same ticker. Come the end of the day, it'd be back up again, and I just couldn't do it. That's where her and I clashed. And then I got trading on my own, and I got to seeing what she was saying. So I said, screw it. And I've seen this happen so many times, I should know by now that these things, not all the time, but 99.9% of the time, 99% of the time they do. And it's just biblical. It's in the commandments not to cost average down. Cut your losses, cut your losses, cut your losses. Cut them short. But if you have a small account, that's only going to allow you one trade a day. But then that small account, you could lose it all. So you have to do it. I have a little more money in my account. I can, like $4,000 today in that SPX. And I had less than that when the SPX I traded earlier the week that dropped down to 15 cents. Then it runs up to $3 or $4. And I'm sitting here, looking at it going up 100%, 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%. I'm getting out of the trade at 15 cents to 70 to 80 cents, and then it runs up to $2,000. I'm at 15 cents. So I'm just your shepherd, or not your shepherd. That would be a good. I'm your healer. Like I was explaining earlier, it drains the heck out of me. It really does. because I got people watching me. And I know I got to prove myself right. So I just stay in the trade and try to prove my point. But I keep wanting to tell people that because my trades are good, and there's people that follow my trades and then, you know, they don't stick it out, and then they get hurt and they get burned. Then they don't want to follow me no more because you know, that sucker I lost $3,000 on this guy. I got to go somewhere else. Then by the end of the day, I'm up $500 or $600 maybe on something that I'm really worried about. I mean, that's almost a $4,000 spread today that I finally got out of that trade on, from where I was down 1,600 and then I come out 1960, and it could have been 2,000 again. So just let it be a good lesson for you. Only trade what you think you can lose. I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. I really enjoyed doing this. That's why I got to take better care of my body. I realized that I've sat here for 20 years, and if I don't know what I'd be if I didn't sit here for 20 years. I'd probably, who knows, you know. But I've liked the community that I'm with. I used to be around a bunch of liberals. All my friends were musicians. We'd have jam sessions every week. We'd go out to bars and play music and travel and play music. And I did that for 15 years, and I got too old for that. I had to find something else to occupy my time. So I bought a janitorial business that would allow me to do this in the daytime. I always had I was trading Walmart. I had Walmart stock in 1981. I had GE. I sat there and watched it go up and down, up and down, up and down, and I watched Walmart go a little woke. The government came in. Hillary Clinton used to be a board member of Walmart and worked at Walmart in Arkansas at that time. She wasn't a bitch back then, but I didn't know her either, you know. If I'd known she was messing with Watergate, I'd had nothing to do with her. But I always was a little conservative, we got along. Everybody got along, conservative, liberal, whatever, you know. Blacks got along with the whites, and there was no riff-raff, no race baiting, and no... I mean, I used to dance with some of the best dancers, and they were black back during the disco day. That's when we all had a little suave in our walk, you know. We strutted around. We wore real nice clothes, little zoot suits and leisure suits with big collars on them. I still have a disco shirt that I have from 1976. I don't think I gave it away. If I did, I'm pissed. I might try it on. I might fit in it. I got about another probably 10 pounds before I could fit in it. But we used to dance all the time. Now you can't walk the street without getting mugged or I've been sucker punched from behind. Everybody's probably been sucker punched. Not everybody, but if you're if you do the streets and stuff, you probably have. And that happened in 1994, 94. in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I used to be a member of Delta Epsilon Chi, and I was at a national contest for an entrepreneurship event. And I did a prospectus on a picture frame shop, and that allowed me to go to California. The next year, I competed and I took first place in the state. And then I went to Anaheim, California, and took top 10 in the nation, which, you know, I think there was 500 contestants in the crowd to show off this event. I still got the picture of it. That's probably one of my most proudest moments. I ain't got time to find it. I'm kind of, but I will show this picture. So this was back in 1981, graduation. I had got expelled my senior year for bringing one of them things into the bathroom, so I had to go back the next year, make up a couple semesters of class. But this kind of bunch I hung around back, we used to have parties every weekend, and I started drinking and partying. 1979, 70, 80, 1981. Then after I graduated, we all split. That's my girlfriend right over there. That's me. I looked like a hippie. I had real long hair, curly hair. Stuff would go back down to halfway down my back. I weighed 120 pounds. That was my boxing weight. I was lightweight, featherweight. But that's an 8-gallon keg. You see a guy pouring the beer. By this time, I had mine spilt. We were pretty drunk by this. It's Table Rock Lake. We used to drive around in that car and bring that keg. We're sitting at a park bench, not worried about the law or nothing. Had a tray of pot under my seat. Never had to worry about getting busted or getting in trouble until it got out of hand. So I've had a pretty exciting life. I don't drink, and I quit smoking for a while, and I'll probably keep that up for a while. I want to make a bunch of money next year. I think I'm ready. I really do. Be up there in the top. So I'm going to get out of here. I really do appreciate y'all. Get on out.